like to welcome everyone to the 117th meeting of the 7th Council Municipality of South Dundas. I will apologize for our late start to the open session. We did have a closed session that started at 8:30 and has extended to after 10 due to its intricate business issue. So, but we're here now, and we're here to do the rest of the agenda, and we do actually have another closed session at the end. But with that, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof in the agenda today from council? Seeing none, we'll move into staff reports. First one is the Voyant Alert Mass Notification System demo presentation at meeting. Kaylin.
Thank you very much.
All excited because it's what we see in the paper is rocking and rolling, and that's a good thing.
It's finally here.
It's finally here.
Yep. So thank you, Mayor and Council. So yeah, we're going to just quickly go through the fact that we have launched Voyant Alert, our mass notification system. So as you said, you saw in the paper, we've been live this week in more of a soft launch. So today is our full launch where we're going to be starting our marketing plan and everything like that. So as you can see, we've got it on the front page of the website. It's very easy to navigate to. All anybody has to do is press the Find Out More button, and we've got some information about, as long as I can scroll, what the system is. It introduces Voyant Alert and then gives an example of what they would see on their phone screen. We also have what they can expect, just some information about the system so that people get an idea of what they're signing up for. And finally, we have a section where we'll show any alerts actually on our website. So this is just another place where people can see what it looks like, and if there are any active alerts, they'll see it here. And we have a registration tutorial that we've got on the website as well, so that if anybody's having any trouble and they still want to do it on their own, they can just follow this video and easy peasy. To sign up, we have 3 link options that they can use. So there's 4 ways to sign up. You can have the app on your cell phone. You can have register for text messages, for email, or to get voice calls on your cell phone or your landline. So we offer those options in a really easy access spot. Download for Android users, download for Apple users. And then today what I'm going to show you is if you click on this registration for text, email, or voice, it comes up to the Voyant Alert webpage where it brings you right down to download and registration. So again, easy to access for the App Store if they want to navigate that way, but also registration for the notifications by text, email, or voice. I'm going to quickly show you how easy it is. So if I just tap one of these options, I decide that I want to do it by email. All I have to do is put in my address. 30. Make sure I spell it right. So it shows up here. I select that, and it takes me to a map where I can confirm that this is the address that I wanted with the province and postal code. I can say whether it's a private residence, but that's not even necessary if they don't want to do that step. Press next. It confirms with our logo so people know that they're signing up for us, just a reaffirmation that this is our system. We say yes, subscribe to the region, and we would put in at this stage our email address, our phone number, whichever one we're using to receive notifications. We have to agree to the terms and conditions in the privacy policy. This is very standard terms and conditions that you would do anywhere, and privacy policy just says that it's to make sure that your information that you're providing here is secure, but it is completely anonymous, and it's all standard stuff. And then we consent to receive notifications from Voyant Alert. We press next. We confirm our email address or whichever information that we're putting in. Yes, it's correct. And I would get, I didn't think of this, I would get a verification code to my email that I would just put in here, and we're done. So it's a very simple process. It takes, when you're not doing this in a presentation, it takes less than a minute. And then they're signed up. And at that point, they can either just leave it at that, or they can add more locations so that they can have their work location, their home location. You could have your elderly parents if you wanted to, so that you can receive notifications for them. And one of the really nice things is that it's very easy for people who are not comfortable with this. All they have to do is call us or come into the office, and we can do it on our end. And again, the process is 2 minutes, 3 minutes, like it's very quick. So, yeah, so we're very excited about it. Alerts that we're going to have are critical alerts and then our non-emergency alerts. This came in the policy at the last meeting. That would have been in consent agenda, just talking about a policy for what we are allowed to use the alert system for. This isn't like social media. We're not going to be inundating people with alerts all the time. This is for things like a boil water advisory like we experienced last summer. It's for snow removal, even big things like gas leaks or train derailments, water main breaks, garbage schedule changes, anything that would be something that we want to get out to the people and they don't have to come looking for it. We just send it right to them, which is really, really nice. Even this morning, we actually had a gentleman come in and say that he saw it in the paper, signed up with his home phone on his landline because he doesn't have any social media or a cell phone or anything like that, and he put his wife's work address and he put their home location, and he's good. And so he'll get a voice call right to his landline anytime there's an alert that pertains to him. Also with the system, again, to just reiterate that they're not going to be inundated with alerts. If you live in Williamsburg and there's a flood in Morrisburg, you're not going to get that alert because it's not your location. So if it doesn't affect you, you're not going to have to sift through anything to get rid of stuff that doesn't pertain to you or anything like that. Which is one of the reasons why adding your locations is important, so that you do get the alerts that affect you. It's also integrated with Environment Canada. And so if Environment Canada puts out a weather warning, that comes right to me and Tia, and we get the option of sending out an alert through our own system. So if we have a really bad winter storm coming, we can do that and we can send an alert on our system. Those ones are optional, just sort of what pertains to people. Personally, I think that we would only do that in like extreme weather cases. I don't know that people need us telling them there's a rainfall warning like today. They can look outside and they can see that it's raining. But if there were some kind of severe weather, a few years ago, you guys will remember in Ottawa they had tornadoes, that kind of thing, we could send an alert because they'd be getting one from Environment Canada, but we can send our own as well. And the voice call option, because Environment Canada doesn't have that. They only have the cell phone option. So this would be a good system for that. So we have the story in the newspaper. We did an ad in the newspaper. We're going to continue to do that. We've ordered a retractable banner, and we've got some postcards. So we're actually going to be going to the Chamber of Commerce trade show. Thank you. And we're going to be helping people sign up right there. And then we've got a big marketing plan. It's going to go on pretty much everything. If we do a mail out, we'll put an ad in. We're going to try to get people signed up. We've already got, last time I checked before the meeting, we had 28 people. They're just kind of coming in as they see it, which is great. And like I said, we're going to be putting out some more marketing materials and that kind of thing. I've also had conversations with Janine Wagemans, who does our tech class for seniors. And I told her about the system, and she's going to actually get her students to sign up and help them to show them how to do it. So we're getting everybody included and on board and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I think that covers most of it. If you guys have any questions about it, happy to answer. If you want to sign up, I definitely encourage you to. We do want every household to sign up and be a part of this, because we do really think it's going to be one of the most reliable sources of information for the municipality, unless you're talking to an actual person. But otherwise, you don't, like I said, one of the really wonderful things about this is that people don't have to seek information. It gets sent to them. So it's on us to be informing our residents, not on them to be trying to look for the information. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation, demonstration. I have two, I think I'm just as enthusiastic as you, maybe not at quite the same level because I'm a little tired today. But other than that, I think this is something that we all thought would be a good thing, especially after we had the boil water advisory and trying to get notification out, and we failed because we just weren't ready. But this is a big tool in that toolbox. Be careful with the Environment Canada ones, because I get them on my phone and they send too many. And as my son says, they make it more out of it's an over communication how to sell ads on Weather Channel, but or the Weather Network, because it's an inch rain is not a big deal unless it's frozen solid. I don't think 4 inches may be a big deal. Tornado or something like that is a big deal. I think those things people need to know about if something happens. But if you automatically let them do it, it'll crash the system, and we will lose customers basically. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. My concern on trying to get people on landlines to hook up is going to be, I think that's our work more than anything else. This is easy, the landlines, and having gentlemen come in and you go into the trade show, I think are 2 great things that we need to do. And I'm sure that after we start using it and there's situations that it works well for people, the word of mouth will get out there too. So we as council can promote it as you do in your role, but I'm certainly looking forward to having this system work for everyone. And I will say this, I expect every member of council to be signed up by the end of the day. Go ahead.
I'm already signed up. So my apologies.
Yeah, you just did it here.
It took two seconds. Like, it was very quick. I was shocked at how quick it was. No, like I was done before your presentation was over. It is fantastically easy to do this. I had said in our original discussion, I really did like the landline, because I think for equity, there's a segment of our population who chooses not to do technology for whatever reason. We're getting left out, and I think they're just as important as everybody else. So thrilled with the landline, but it is super. So now you have 29 people. Super easy to use, super easy to sign up, and I think it's going to be fabulous. So thank you for working on this. Thank you for getting it done. I love the trade show idea. There will be other opportunities. You could even be at the pop-up shop if you wanted to, or whatever. So yeah, thank you, Kaylin and staff, and easy.
Thank you.
So my apologies for looking at my phone during the meeting.
You do, Deputy Mayor.
go
I'm
for
sorry. Councillor Lewis.
I think maybe I'll wait until tomorrow to hook up. I don't want to be. No, I think it's a fantastic idea. The only question that I have, maybe for clarification for the people that live in South Dundas, if it's happening in Morseburg, anybody that's on here will get that notification. It don't make where they live. Same with the Iroquois, Waynesburg. Like, say if we have a water break on Laurier Drive.
The notification in terms of like a water break kind of situation would only go to the people that it's affecting, because
okay.
Somebody who lives in Williamsburg doesn't need to know about a water
No,
break.
but I mean, if we have a water break on Laurier in Morseburg, so would everybody that lives in Morseburg that is set up to this hook, or just the people
so
on Laurier?
we can get really targeted with this, which is really nice. So in terms of like a road closure, yeah, we could send it to basically everybody, because it might affect anybody, right? But a water main break, if it's only going to affect people on one street, does the next street over really need to know about it? Or is it just going to be there and they're not going to care, or they're going to think that it affects them and it actually doesn't, right? So we can get very targeted. We can pick streets, we can pick neighborhoods, we can pick households. We could do like one house even. Like, you can get super targeted with it. But yeah, so it's going to be only sent to people who it will actually impact.
Okay, I just wanted to get a clarification on that. Okay, no, that's it. Thanks.
We will have our social media for those who need to know what everything is going on in South Dundas, because I know there are people, and I know one at home, but not at my home, but another place that is more in tune than I am. Councillor Wells.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the presentation. I only actually had a couple questions. One, you already answered about where it's going to go out if it doesn't pertain to me in Williamsburg. I don't need to hear it, because like once you get through the environment, you go, it's all beep, then actually if you sit there and read it, well, they're talking about Northern Ontario. So, like, it's great that way, and I'm just, I'll wait till tomorrow to put my app on my phone also. And it's great. I think this is going to, it's what we needed, so thank you.
Councilor Allen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bibles. Yeah, it's great. I think it's something that's long overdue, I think, actually, and it's been highlighted by our water, issue that we had back a little while ago. And I like the idea that, anybody that's maybe a little unsure can come ask for staff. So you can put it on more than just your home line. You can have text messages. You could have several, like some people might have Apple phones and landlines and
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, you could sign up to have the app and one of the options, text, voice call, or email. But right now with those three, you can only have one. Now, there's a few things to clarify here. If you are signing up for text messages, we do have an option for critical alerts. So these would be the ones like a boil water advisory, like a gas leak, those kind of things, where you can also get a phone call. So it would get you twice just to make sure that you know about it. Voyant Alert is looking at doing an update where you could choose multiple. You could have email and text, but for the next couple months, you only have the one.
okay, that may be a good option. And when you, I jotted a note down here for alert locations, like so, and sort of along the line of Council Lewis, like, and I'm thinking of a flood situation back in Oak Valley, like that area would be notified, but if somebody from Morrisburg decided to take a drive out in the spring and drove through Oak Valley and find that they're in 3 feet of water, will that type of alert go out to everybody as it should?
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, something else that is worth explaining. You can do, I'm going to call them tiers to an alert. So in a flood situation, let's say where it was a really bad flood, we could have an evacuation zone, which would receive a critical alert. So they would get that loud klaxon sound, and they would be sort of the primary notification. And then we could do an area around that, which would be more of a yellow zone, and it would be an informational alert to say, hey, this happened to these people, maybe don't drive that way. Or there's stuff going on that could affect you, but it doesn't affect you yet. And then on top of that, we could do the whole municipality to say, again, an informational, just saying, there's a flood in this area, it's happening, it doesn't affect you, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to evacuate, but just know that it's there. So we can do these tiers to alerts that allow for that kind of thing, to have different information depending on the location. So if there's an evacuation zone, they can get an alert, but the next tier would not be told to evacuate because maybe they don't need to. So yes.
Yeah, I think it's important to, whenever, everybody's gone through enough floods down in the valley there that they don't have to, nobody's gonna be evacuated, I don't think. But it just, I think a notification municipal-wise, because the whole municipality, I think would be, in a road closure or road flooded incident, I think would be, because if somebody goes for a drive and,
Yeah.
you look out your window and somebody's floating across your field, it's not a good thing, so, but it's amazing when you get a flood situation, people will drive for a long ways to see the flood, and then they decide, well, let's drive into the flood, so I think we on an environmental thing like that, or a flood situation, it should go out, maybe not a blaring,
Yeah.
beep, beep, but, okay, but other than great, I'll probably get my wife to sign me up when I get home. And I'm glad it's simple, and like your Deputy Mayor Gardner said, it's easy, and I might even try it myself, so I'm good.
Okay. Just remember, you can't fix soup it sometimes. Question I have, so if I sign up on my phone, but I want my landline at home to be signed up, is that 2 sign-ups? Like if I get how do I do that one?
Okay, so you could sign up, you would have to sign up twice in that instance until they do this update, which could be coming, I don't have a timeline for that.
Oh,
because-
that's okay. It doesn't matter, because I can kind of make it in 2 addresses, because that's how I'd fake it through, but.
You can have the same address, it would just be, it wouldn't even really matter. But yeah, you could do it twice. You would just sign up twice.
Yeah.
And
Because, it's just my rule with staff, if you want me, if it's a slow thing, email. If you want to alert me a bit, text goes fast. If you really want me, you got to phone me, right? So if it's a bad one, you want the phone call. But, I would probably just sign up for a text message on most of that. But
Yeah.
if there was a situation that, that's happening where I live, then that's a different situation. And we do have a landline yet there that works.
yeah.
So.
So at this stage, yes, you would sign up twice. But like I said, they are looking into it because they've had this request a few times. So they have told me that they might be doing this update where you could choose 2.
Yeah, because if there's an issue at your home and somebody's there, but your phone is at the farm in Williamsburg, it's not going to work, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. I think there's I'm sure we're going to figure a few things out along the way, because that's
Yeah.
just how things work, and I hope people are patient. The first time we use it will tell us what's right and wrong, which is great, but it's a good tool, a little bit of a learning process. I want council and everyone to encourage people to sign up. I think that it's good to see that somebody's already taken hold of it, and it's our way of trying to make sure we tell people, our residents, what is going on here in a situation that needs their attention, and that's it. The rest social media can deal with and everything else, and we can drive on from there. So, final word.
Yeah, actually, I did have one more question. When this is up and going, like you said, there's it's 29 on now. Are you going to be doing say a monthly test that the phone just comes on and say this is a test for the South Dundas system,
Yes.
something like that?
So the recommendation from Voyant Alert is to do that twice a year. So we're going to be following
okay,
that.
That's all I need to know. Sounds
You're
good.
reliving your old days when you watched WWNY and had the public broadcast system come on, right? And this is not an emergency situation. If it is, though, hide under your desk and pray.
Hide, yeah. No, that's good. That's perfect.
Anything else from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Kaylin. We look
you.
forward to it continuing on. Moving on, next one, 2022 Campground and Marina Operations, Part 3, I believe. And that's okay. I read the report, and I think we've got most of the holes filled in. So welcome Austin and Lachlan to the meeting, and go ahead with your presentation. Oh, well, fair enough. Yeah, it doesn't work. I watched the last council meeting I wasn't at, and I think council were going on without me, but you did have some technical difficulties once in a while where I didn't hear what was going on in this very faint voice, so go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. As you alluded to, Mr. Mayor, this is just a follow-up from the March 3rd meeting. As discussed, rates for the campground show a 5% increase to seasonal rates and a 10% to the daily, weekly, monthly, and monthly rates, as well as the winter storage rate, an admin fee, and a kitchen rental fee. In regards to the marina, the rates show the suggested 20/20 split with a 20% increase to seasonal rates, while matching the next lowest competitor on our daily, weekly, and monthly fee. In addition, an introduction of an admin fee, parking fee, and increased pump-out fee. Staff would like council to note that we have hired a supervisor for the campground and marina, and staff are very confident that she'll be a great fit and get us to that next level of customer service for our campers and boaters down there. And if council has any questions, myself or Lachlan would be happy to answer them.
Okay, I'm just rebooting here because I want to make sure I don't have stickies in the right spot. Okay, so my comments first is I'm glad to see the numbers are jiving. I'm glad to see that you've got the the supervisor in a position that that person is getting 40 hours, but is also available if things hit the fan, because you never know. I still, I see that, I'm assuming Lachlan did the numbers on asset management replacement. So I think, you got to keep that in mind that, in theory, we're supposed to be putting money aside, and if that big building, we should be putting 18,750 aside. I'm not saying we should, but we always need to keep in mind that David and his staff need to be accounted for, and if you find out at the end you wish you had charged more, then that has to be charged. And a building like that, as nice as it is going to start costing money down the road just normal maintenance on a high-priced building. So, and the same with everything else. It's just a matter of those hidden costs. And if you forget about the hidden costs, and the initial budget was there, and it actually was losing money, and I know we need to spend money on the campground someday to upgrade it, because as some of us know, that it isn't at the level of where it needs to be for present day campers. Now, the current roster certainly is happy with it, and I've never heard a lot of issues because of it, but I'm sure that if the supervisor gets too many phone calls that the breaker went all the time, she or he will inform you that you need to upgrade your services, because somebody's trying to run 3 air conditioners and the TV and everything else that goes along with so-called camping these days. So other than that, I think both of them at least show numbers that are in the positive. Hopefully things work out that way. I think, monitor the situation. As I said, the building is my concern. That I don't think it's fair that this municipality put a lot of money into it and it's never been accounted for, but so be it, but at least account for future uses. So, Councillor Wells?
No, everything here looks good. There's one thing on your rates there, is just before you actually do this, on the weekly service you have 15 amps. It's 314, 16, and 251, so that'll just have to be fixed, because you're not going to pay more for a 15 amp service.
That will be fixed.
Other than that, the only, and I don't see it in there, I see the kitchen rental, and my concern about a kitchen rental, like for transient people, that they could come in and just rent the kitchen for $25. I don't know if I would take that route. Like, I would have it for the seasonals only, myself, if they want to have a family in and have a event or whatever. But just to say, if someone calls, say, well, we got 10 people coming over, we're going to go in there and heat up whatever. I don't think the kitchen rental should just be for seasonals. And like, I'm just, my brother's campsite, he has the rec thing, and like, he doesn't allow outside groups to come. It's meant for events for all his seasonal campers. That's just my opinion on it. I like the way the numbers look. I like the asset management looking down the road. Do I agree with all the numbers? I don't know if we have to put that much into it, but like Mayor Bible said, like, even a building that's equipped as this building, 20 years down the road is going to need something. So I think we got to be proactive and put something in there, and that's just not for the campground. That's for everything we have. So, but other than that, this here, I like the part you took out the rules for the campers as far as alcohol goes. The one for the marina, well, it is what it is. I guess that's, I don't know if it's set by, is that actually set by OPG? Because didn't the Ontario government, and I don't know if they interact, at one point, say if you're, they allowed that you could say if you had a picnic in a provincial setting like a park, that's not actually a park, you could actually, if someone could have a beer. Like, I'm just saying, I wonder, like, if people sitting outside, just sitting on their slip instead of sitting on their boat. So we all know they're gonna sit there and have a beer anyways, but how big a deal unless it really got out of hand. So I don't know if can take that out, like you don't want them actually walking around with beer bottles in the marina part itself. But other than that, I like what you brought back to us this time, so it looks good. Thank you.
Our OPG lease, has anything to do with alcohol on that
I
land?
believe it is. I'll look into it.
You
as-
look
as
into it,
goes.
we'll go
Yep.
on. Councilor Mellon.
That's one thing I picked out also, and I don't think that's necessary, and I agree with what Councillor Wells is saying, that you don't want them wandering around, but I mean, if a person wants to have along the wall, you're parked there and you're responsible for the 15 feet of mowing the grass, I think there should be to me, let them have a beer sitting beside on the property, because let's face it, the campground is OPG land too.
No,
Oh, it's
no,
not?
we own that.
Oh, okay, sorry. But that would be the one
OPG
thing
gets
I
for,
would.
OPG gets to get it back if we let it go, but we do own that piece
Oh,
of
okay,
property.
that's true, okay. I stand corrected, but that's the one thing I would maybe look into, whether or not, if somebody's sitting on their boat, that's one thing, I don't think we have jurisdiction over that, to have a beer. But I mean, if you're sitting on, a lawn chair on, 5 feet from your boat, I don't think, but I mean, that has to be policed very closely. The Sea-Doo rentals, and the marina, daily is $10. And why is there a difference? Is there a difference between like a Sea-Doo rental and just a boat?
Yes.
Like if you're renting one of them slips, one of our floating dock, one of those slips, what's the difference if it's a Sea-Doo in there or a fishing boat?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a variety of areas Sea-Doos can park. A lot of boaters that park along the wall or more along the wall. They do have Sea-Doos that they'll attach behind their boat, so it may be an extra foot or feet charge. So that's why we decided, in comparison to other marinas just charge a flat rate for the Sea-Doo for daily, weekly, monthly, and that's what we have proposed here.
Okay, but so that applies along the wall, but what about like on the slips, the floating docks up west? Is it $10 for a Sea-Doo in there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the floating dock is a flat rate, so if they are docking on the floating dock, then it would be $20 daily or $130 weekly.
Is it the same price for a fishing boat, a 20-foot fishing boat, or a Sea-Doo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was one other thing there that I had thought of. Oh, the hours. As much as we have discussed this, I'm still sort of leaning towards the fact that I think we need somebody there past 7 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. Whether or not we push the supervisor hours back from 10:30 to 7, make it go back to 11:30 to 7, or 11:30 to 8. I'm just a little apprehensive. I think 7 on the weekend, especially in the busy, like in June, July, and August, when, you got, the sun's out till 9:30, and they're, especially if you're wanting to sell gas, somebody, coming in at 7:15, that would be the only other thing that sort of jumped out at me. Especially Friday and Saturday. I would personally like to see somebody there past 7 o'clock on Friday and Saturday night. But if that's workable with staff moving places around, whether you have somebody come in a little later or whatever.
So any comment on that? And I guess the other question I have in my head, have you already put the offer out to find students for these jobs? And if so, are we successful so far?
Yeah, Absolutely. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have hired 3 students. One thing I was going to bring to council today and assistance with Lachlan, obviously, but we did receive a grant for a 4th student because we originally applied for 4 students before budget time. So we are receiving that grant as well. The budget implications that add a 4th student would be approximately $8,700 less the grant we get, which is usually about 50%. So if council wished to add a 4th student, we may be able to expand those hours of operation and then look at hiring a 4th student for that amount of money.
Then you go in the hole, so. No, it's not coming, where is it in the business plan? Well, it doesn't work. Yes, go ahead.
The other thing, just to add to Austin, that we could look at doing is when the supervisor starts, is let them look at the operations, kind of what's needed, and they can kind of shift the hours with the students need be based on the demand.
I think that's makes sense. That's a common sense approach to, start here, but if you need to
Yep.
move things around, let the supervisor give you some ideas, because he or she would be the one that actually has to make the whole plan work in the end.
Well, and the hope will be as the supervisor is talking with the campers and the marina, the boaters, they'll get an understanding of kind of where those peaks are, and then they can manage the schedules based on that.
Yeah. I don't think your 4 student budget's through. Go ahead, Councilman Allen.
Yeah, because on the campground too, on Friday and Saturday, if we're, sort of rolling up the streets at 7 o'clock, people might not get in there by 7. There's gonna be people coming in at 8 o'clock at our campground, and there's probably gonna be people coming in at 8 o'clock looking for fuel or whatever on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, well, as I said, let's see how it all
Yeah,
juggles
I think
out.
we're-
I think there's some advice you've given Austin, and he can pass that.
I think that's
Make sure that
important
message
we-
gets passed on to our new supervisor. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes, I like what I see. But I was on the same book as Councillor Mellon. I think the hours just aren't long enough. I think 7 o'clock is way too early. I'd rather see the 8 p.m. instead. Other than that, no, everything looks good. And it's nice to see that come back this way. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Austin, for your attention to this. Looks like it's more robust. I had the same comment about the start time, the end times. I don't think you need to do June. I think it's July and August that are the high periods. But 8 o'clock. I think 9 when talking to some of the seasonals might be too late, but 8. And the 4th student, given the fact that we were given that grant, we haven't for another time the Carmen House, figuring out what they're doing, because I don't know if we have a student assigned to there. So just some thoughts, but appreciate your work on this, and summer will be here shortly, hopefully. Thank you.
Okay. Going back to the kitchen rentals, as Councilor Wells brought up, I think you want to comment on that because there was no fee, and I understand that the seasonals should have access to it, and the lawn bowling certainly has access to it, and the airport, of course. But so what's your thought process? And to be honest, $25 is very token-like. Like it's not going to even cover the cleanup and everything else that comes along with it.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, in light of our discussion on March 3rd, obviously we discussed that in previous years since the building is open, we haven't charged a kitchen rental fee. And as you alluded to, the kitchen is there for the campers, the lawn bowlers, and the airport as well. One of the things that was discussed at the last meeting was introducing a kitchen rental fee and looking at our kitchen rental fees for other facilities. We felt $25 may be a good fit for year one, just for outside organizations. If someone's looking to rent the kitchen facility for an event or whatever.
Well, there are community groups that think that, this is another asset in South Dundas's municipal buildings that they have a potential to use, whether they're camping or not camping. It's like renting Matilda Hall or renting some other hall we have here. So, which I don't think is a bad idea because, it isn't it is a public building. South Dundas paid into it and Mr. Ross paid into it. And we all know the intent is for the campground use mainly, but having another community building at that location in South Dundas isn't a bad thing if it can be used by another group and used properly. And yeah, $25, you know, that's a challenge in my books, because $25 doesn't even buy you very much these days. But anyway, Councilor Wells, what's your thoughts on that now?
Yeah, like, you put things in perspective as far as we do rent out, we have other kitchens, we have Dunbar Kitchen, we have Matilda Hall Kitchen, we have Riverside Kitchen, like we have kitchens. I should go back to what I said about transient sites. It's not like, say if someone's come in, okay, well, we're gonna use it. I can see, like Mayor Bible said, if someone wants to come in, spend the day, they're gonna prep something in there and use the lawn for a picnic. I'm all for that. I'm just saying, like, if transit come in and just say, well, okay, it's $25, spur of the moment, let's go and have a little party in there type thing. Like, I'm not discouraging people if they choose the Iroquois campground for like a small family reunion. It's just like they could choose Matilda, Dunbar, Riverside, or whatever, and they do. So in our operation, our seasonal operation, I would agree to rent it out, but just not the spur of a moment to transient sites. That's, and as far as you can put in there as far as your rental, we could have a little thing in there, well, you have to wipe everything down, sanitize everything that we're not doing ourselves. So basically you're paying $25 for the use of our hydro and our tables and chairs in there. And I think that would be fair to everyone, so.
Yeah, I think the key would be scheduling.
Yeah.
It'd be fair to the seasonals, and they would have to understand that too, that they can't have it willy-nilly. There might be a Sunday afternoon they won't be able to have it, and because someone else comes in, and you know, I think when you think of it, you know, it's a nice place to have a small family gathering, and you know, you have the possibility of small hall and kitchen to use and a lawn, and see how it goes. It becomes, you know, sometimes it's the thought of ownership that causes some issues, and you have to let them know that, you know, it's not, wouldn't say, well, it's ours, we can do what we want. We say, we've tried to work with the whole community to utilize the building in a fair manner. That's the way I look at it. $25, I don't think it's enough, though.
Yeah, on the seasonal thing, I think someone who originally brought it up for the kitchen, also it may cut back on monopoly as well, right? Because if we're going to still keep the idea of transients, to Councillor Wells's point with a family reunion, that's where you're going to see it, where they can book 10 sites, book all together, and they want use of the kitchen. It makes it more attractive in a promotional way, because that kitchen facility is something that the other campgrounds that we compare ourselves to don't have.
No.
So if you're thinking from a business perspective, as far as promoting, getting new seasonals and that type of thing, working out a plan where, I'm not saying the kitchen should be taken away from anybody. Hopefully this would be a one-off where you're going to have maybe five groups that, you know, rent it out during the season. But it should be definitely part of the plans going on, because we have to promote the things we have at the campground, and one of them is that building. So I think we'd be remiss if we didn't try to use it in a more promotional way as doing. I mean, do we want people to just rent it and have a big, you know, and tick off all the seasonals? No. But I think as part of growing the campground, I think that needs to be part of the thought process.
Okay, go ahead.
And I agree with the deputy mayor on that. It's an amenity that we can use, and same with Mayor Bible's, like scheduling. So, like, sure, to promote a business, I'm all for that. If a group of 10, they take 10 sites, we're going to have a little family gathering on Saturday, perfect. It's just to put things that the scheduling part is the thing. It's not random that someone comes in and goes up to the student and say, well, can we use this in a couple hours? No, it's got all be scheduled, and it's an amenity we have, so I think, like Deputy Mayor, you're promoting something that other campgrounds don't have. So overall, I think it's good. So good to go.
You have more to say,
Yeah,
Councilman?
I mean, I agree. I mean, to utilize that is good. I know there's one campground I go to that have just a covered pavilion. There's no kitchen or anything there, and they get outside interest coming in to you. And I don't know if they charge rent on that. I'm thinking they do. But I mean, this is a good promotional item that we can use for advertising our campground. And you know, I sort of agree. I would put it up to $50, and well, you know, depending on, you know, $50 for, I don't know, 3 hours or whatever, but I mean, I don't know, $25 is, you know, if somebody wants to use, you got washrooms, you got covered facilities, you got an indoor facility if it's hot for, you know, people that don't want to be out in the, you know, so, in the kitchen, so I really don't think that, you know, if somebody wanted to have a, you know, come up there, camp for the weekend and then have a family reunion type thing and $50 to use our kitchen, that facility is, that's peanuts, really, you know. I would, you know,
I don't disagree with you, Councilman, but maybe why don't we start at 40 and kind of, that's two $20 bills and make life easy and. You gotta, if you're still expecting them to clean the place up, you gotta, see, you get to a certain price point where people say, I'm paying now for you to clean it, right? Whereas you put the price point low enough, you say, this price point includes you cleaning it because that's where the price point is, and
But
that, you got, you know what I mean? Like you can charge $100 if you want, but you better be prepared to, they're gonna leave the disaster and it's your problem.
I could go with that, but I mean, you're gonna get people come in and say, well, yeah, I'll pay you $25 or $40 to use it and we'll clean it, and they're gonna walk away and we're gonna end up cleaning it. I would go so far as say put a cleaning deposit. You clean it, you get $25 back. I charge $40 or whatever you wanna charge, and then a cleaning deposit. So if you clean it afterwards, sweep it, take, you know, whatever we think we need required to clean it. Because otherwise, our staff's gonna end up cleaning. I can see that, you know, just a matter of time before, you know, oh, party's over, let's go home, you know?
Don't disagree with your thinking, but I think maybe baby steps is where we're gonna get. Maybe what we need to do is charge what we think is fair for them cleaning it, and if it becomes a problem where the supervisor comes back to us and says, they're not cleaning it very well, and all this is doing is costing us money, then we probably won't change the plan this year, but at least next year the plan can be changed, say, this is what we must do, and maybe what we must do is you charge X plus a deposit for cleaning, and if you don't clean it, we get to keep the deposit because we're gonna go clean it ourselves.
Yeah.
Some people would probably say, well, we're not gonna clean it, you can keep your deposit. Others will say, I want my money back, so I'm gonna clean it good.
Yeah.
So, you know, it does have to meet health standards, and that's, people have to understand, this is not your home kitchen where you can leave a little bit of mess in the dirt in the bottom of the sink. This thing's gotta be perfect, and then it's gotta be perfect again, and that's just the way we have to operate with a public type kitchen.
We'll take one, little steps.
Austin, comments on that?
No, sir.
Okay, on the fee, $25, yes or no? If you,
I'm good with whatever. It doesn't matter.
well, I said 40.
Let's say 40 then. We're going cost recovery anyways, like it doesn't.
That's all it is.
Yeah, so 40's good.
41.50. 40.
40's good for me.
40's the right.
Okay, so that's the only number we changed. The rest, anything else on it? No. Okay, I'd like to thank both of you. I know that I gave you, Austin, a hard time over it because the numbers didn't look good to me, but I do appreciate the effort you and Lachlan have put into it to make it work, not only for us, but also for those who use the facilities. They are unique. Most municipalities don't have a campground, and most municipalities don't have a marina that was an old lock station. So perhaps this is the stepping stone to get to where we need to do, especially with the marina, where, you know, I'm hoping that someday, and in theory, some people say, well, it's already there, but no, I don't feel it's 100% there, where, you know, you operate it as the gem it actually is, and people will come in there and want to see what's there. Because history, you know, people take boat tours in Europe, yeah, to see the sights, but it's the history. And this is our part of history where, you know, we're not very old, but that's a part of the old seaway, the old lock system that still has survived in South Dundas, whereas the one out here is buried under 10, 20 feet of water. So I do appreciate all the work you have done, and you, Lachlan, as well. Yes?
Just to follow up.
In the previous conversation, so I did look at the OPG license. It doesn't mention anything about alcohol in there.
Okay, so I think, you know, Councilor Wells makes a point, and, you know, they can contain their alcohol to their site. Fair game. We have to take a look. Clerk?
No, that's valid. I was just going to the point about the fees, I was just wondering if council would be agreeable to authorize direction that staff communicate to the public. I know Austin has been getting some calls about the fees. The intent is that the fees and charges bylaw won't come forward until April 25th, so we have a bit of wiggle room. But if council is agreeable to direct staff to communicate the fees as decided today.
Okay, do you have a resolution as such?
I don't. I was just hoping for staff direction that you
Okay.
authorize.
Okay, so is council good with staff direction on the fees, and that can be authorized further on? So they can start advertising, and then we will officially bylaw it on the 25th.
Fifth.
Flipping that one that Council Wells brought up on the
Yes.
dollar
Yeah.
amount. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so concerning the marinas, because we do know that some of them consider it their cottage, don't forget, I don't know where the laws are on that. It's public land, so it's not private land. They don't lease it. I know you're waving at me. I see you. So I think we need to be cautious on that. We've had events at that place that probably the alcohol was flowing all over the place. It's nice to have a party, but it lands up being our problem if the party goes the wrong way. You have to understand that, right? Council Mellon, you know the insurance drives you nuts, but this is one of them. You know, if you have an event there and somebody's tanked and they go boating out there and they crash into something and then all of a sudden they start peeling her back, what'd you guys do wrong here? So I'm a little cautious. Go ahead.
Just to add to that, the agreement does indicate everywhere in there that OPG takes no responsibility. So this is all on us. If we're going to allow a free-for-all, it's our insurance on the line.
Yeah. And I think people can behave themselves on their little piece of dirt. I don't have a problem with that. It's when it becomes the event or big gathering that, you know, others may or may not be comfortable with. If they're fair to everybody, it'll work all right. I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead.
The issue is with that though, is if we haven't properly defined what they're leasing, if the OPP came in, that's the first question they're gonna ask, because they won't issue a ticket for on the boat or whatever, same as on the campsite, but the minute you step foot on the roadway, you're gonna get a ticket for drinking in public. So that's the way we have it defined about mowing the grass in front, like, does that mean that they're renting that? Like, do we have it all sized out? So if the OPP got called in, say you're boating with your family and you get the slip overnight and everyone's walking around drinking and stuff like that, if the OPP got called in, they would probably ticket them because you're not supposed to drink in public. So, like, without a license, right? If it was a group, you have to get a liquor license. So is it defined? Like, are they renting the grass in front? Or in the wall? Like, is it?
Do they have, what's their agreement?
So
When
through
they,
Mr. Mayor,
especially the ones on the wall, because that's the ones that are implicated.
So they're paying to moor their boat along the wall. The indication in the rules with the 15 feet in front of their boat is just for maintenance purposes. They're not leasing that chunk of grass or dirt. It's just for maintenance purposes. So lawnmowers and weed eaters don't throw rocks at their boats or run over any cords or damage any property that they may have.
We kind of need to define.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but we have had a boater that basically sets up camp in front of their boat, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
How do
making
we
it
define that?
We're making it too confusing for the OPP. So if there ever was an issue, I'm not saying there's going to be, but if there was an issue where you had to call the OPP to clean up the mess, it's going to be a bit of a whatever, because if the officer goes up and talks to the boater says, well, I mow this grass. It's my grass, I mow it. You know what I mean? Like, I think you need to define that, just because, to your point about us being liable for it, if we needed assistance cleaning it up and it's not clearly defined, we're not supporting our police partners at all. They're gonna walk in and go, and maybe walk out. Say, clean it up yourself.
Once we make these rules a bylaw, correct me
Well,
if
the
I'm wrong,
drinking in public thing is a thing, like, it's.
Yeah, but the campground, they're drinking in public too. It's public property.
But you're on, when you lease a campsite, it's almost like a
Okay.
lease. You own that so you can drink
Which
on
is
your
fine,
campsite.
so if we're gonna allow the 15 feet, we just put it in
Yeah.
that you're responsible and you're allowed to sit
Yeah.
there. Cause our bylaw says we're allowed, that's all we have to,
My
at the end
per-
of the day, right?
And my perspective is just for somebody who actually had to enforce this stuff. So I'm just saying, and anytime we had to call the OPP in for campers that were, hanging out in the bathroom, or,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Then the officers want to clearly define it. They ask, let me see your permit for the campsite. You're on your campsite, you're not going to get in trouble. But if you're walking back and forth to the washroom, any public thing, they don't care what the park rule was, you're done. Like, they can ticket you if you don't get back on your campsite. So.
And so they're both the
Yeah.
same at the end, like we're gonna take the alcohol off the marina one, it'll say, it won't say it, no, well, it won't say it because we're doing the same, what we're doing for the campground. You're getting 15 feet in front of your, or out 5 feet and 15 feet for your slip. So that's the same as the campground.
But it doesn't say that. It says that they just mow it.
I know,
then-
but I'm saying, we just, I'm agreeing
So
with you.
I think Council Wells is implying that we need to have kind of, if we're gonna say they're mowing it, we have to have an agreement that they're actually leasing it at the
Exactly.
same amount. It's an extension of their boat lease.
Yes.
Okay? But they're allowed alcohol on that square because they lease it. But
Exactly.
once they go beyond the square, as Deputy Mayor Gardner, it's public property. This isn't somebody's private property that he's camping at. This is, municipally owned public property,
And
so
you
it's a
get-
different
you'll
rule.
get charged accordingly.
Yeah,
But
it's just
as-
like at the campground. You don't want guys walking around with beer
As in
bottles
our
all the
lease, though,
time.
the police have to follow, they can't charge someone. If it's in our bylaw, they can't charge someone. But I agree with you, if they start walking down the middle of that, or they're sitting over in the
It'd have to
pavilion,
be-
they
Pavilion?
can get charged.
It'd have
Yeah.
to be clearly defined in not so much the bylaw, but the permit, like the.
Well, one, or
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you can put it in both or whatever, so.
Now we clouded everything up. Any questions,
No, I think
comments,
you're following
confusion?
that, right?
Well, it wasn't in there.
So how would council like it to be outlined in the rules?
Just the way we just said it.
15 feet.
Yeah, but I think your agreement with those guys that are on the wall and have to maintain that piece of property is that they actually lease it and they can, for their own personal enjoyment. That way, if you say that, they can't have a party, because then all of a sudden it's not a personal one, you've expanded it. If they have a small, that their family, it's no
Yeah.
big deal, but it's when it's 20 people in a 15 by 30 square, then all of a sudden, this, everybody else has the same kind of right. And in the pavilion, hey,
Setting up a band
No.
around the pond.
And you gotta realize the people you're dealing with are all
that doesn't happen, does it?
all older people, right? So it's not like a 25-year-old's gonna have a 40-foot boat out there, unless it's his parents, but. But the thing in there about the alcohol on the OPG property will stay in there, but in our permit, as their per se lease,
They own 15.
they're allowed alcohol. So they know when they step out over in that pavilion, that's not allowed, and if they get charged, it's in there. You can't drink an OPG.
Or
But what
even-
you're leasing, you can drink.
And the supervisor can enforce that rule if you're very specific. So you can, this is where alcohol is, anything further
Yeah.
is no.
I'd go so far as to, stake it almost. Just as 15 feet, that's it.
Well,
You-
I don't think you have
I
to get
don't
that
think you have to
precise,
stake
but.
it either, but I mean, you may need to for the first, late.
Well,
like we're
I
the-
think the supervisor can walk it through and say,
Yeah.
okay, this is our 15 feet, please respect it.
Not like we're gonna have Kim Adams come in and
Survey it.
survey it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and just a cautionary thing about gathering, right? So you can't have like 20 people on your thing. I will say though, it's not always 25-year-olds. I can't tell you how many 60-year-olds I evicted at the parks.
No, and I totally agree. I just
Yes.
said,
Us baby boomers can still party if we
And
think
they're
about
mouthy.
it. Yeah.
And
Well,
like
we
I
get
said-
mouthy as the
I was up there-
alcohol increases.
I was up there for 5 years at the boathouse and over, and 99% of the time is just after work, sociable drink, and that is.
No, that's fair game.
Yeah,
Okay, anything else? We clouded the muddy and messes up a bit. I think they're good conversations, so. As again, I do thank you. I appreciate all the patience and work you have done into it, and, you know, it's, we had a rough start, but we had a good finish. That's the way I have to look at it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Austin.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is another fun one that council can have some good discussions on. Proposed procedural bylaw amendments. Clerk.
So as you know, the purpose of this report is to provide council with some proposed housekeeping amendments to our bylaw and discuss options as they relate to virtual meeting participation beyond the scope of an emergency. So by way of background, just quickly, in March of 2020, at the onset of the pandemic, council adopted procedural bylaw 2020-22, which is currently in effect, which permits members of council to participate in open and closed meetings electronically and be counted for the purposes of quorum during emergencies declared by the Premier, the Cabinet, or the local head of council under the Emergency Management Act. So this amendment was a result of updates to the Municipal Act at that time and advice from both the federal and provincial governments and the Eastern Ontario Health Unit due to the pandemic. So the current language in the bylaw, as you're all aware, notes that once the emergency has ended, regular meeting rules apply. Therefore, no electronic meeting participation by council as a whole or any individual member. So since 2020, staff have noticed various other opportunities for minor amendments to the procedural bylaw, which are also being proposed today for council's consideration. So a few under definitions. With respect to the chief administrative officer and the clerk, we were looking to add a clause just saying, or his or her delegate. And I can either go through these slides in full and then we can revert back to questions, or feel free to stop me, whatever your
No,
wishes
we'll go
are.
through them all full,
Sure.
and I'm sure people have jotted down. If they're not, then
Okay.
they'll
So
jot
under
down, you know.
section 5, the inaugural meeting of council, as you know, the term of office begins earlier this year on November 15th as opposed to the first Monday in December. So we're proposing that the inaugural meeting be held at 6:00 p.m. to be consistent with our regular meetings, and that the inaugural meeting would be held immediately following the term of office start date. Under section 5.5, meeting locations, some minor language updates. Regular council meetings may be held in the council chambers or at an alternate location as deemed necessary, and that would obviously relate to an emergency. And the time of meeting. I think council had already reverted to using the second and fourth Monday of each month, but the current language still refers to the first and third Monday of each month. Under section 5.6.3, it indicates there will be one regular meeting of council during the months of January, July, and August that would be held on the second Monday of the month. So we were proposing to remove January and then revert back to the second Monday of each month. Under section 18, recorded vote, when a member requests a recorded vote, all members must vote. Previously, we had in alphabetical order. We're looking to change that to in order of councillors, deputy mayor, and mayor. Section 25, because the Municipal Act changed back in 2020, this section related to emergencies would no longer be required, because regardless of how you decide on virtual meetings, that section 5.9 related to virtual meeting attendance under a declared emergency exists, so this was kind of a duplication at this point. Under section 30, general rules, we're looking to add that a motion shall be required to have a mover and be seconded. And again, the motion would be required to be in writing with a mover and a seconder. The electronic participation language is in there. And then under discussion, what have we learned? So since the onset of the pandemic, municipalities obviously were very quick to adapt to the new way of doing business through virtual meetings. And I'm sure you would agree that there are pros and cons to meeting in person, hybrid, and virtual meetings. Just a reminder, the procedural bylaw is a working document of council. So essentially what I would ask you to do is look at this through the lens of how do you want to operate? What's going to work best for this council? I don't think I need to go through, there is a summary of what other municipalities within our county are doing. So United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, they do allow for virtual meeting participation in consultation with the warden. North Dundas allows for electronic meetings at any time. Again, North Glengarry will be updating their bylaw this month and will allow for electronic participation at the mayor's discretion. South Glengarry, we're returning to in-person meetings this month. And again, members will be allowed to participate in open and closed session at the mayor's discretion. South Stormont has a cap to theirs, so they allow each member electronic meeting participation a maximum of 3 times a year. And if members want to exceed that limit, they have to request council consideration for that addition. In North Stormont, they only allow, similar to our current language, electronic meeting participation during a declared emergency. So by way of options, we can retain the current language, which only allows electronic meeting participation during an emergency. You could allow for electronic meeting participation at any time at the discretion of each and every one of you. You could put a limited scope on the participation and include some parameters such as medical, illness, personal emergency, inclement weather, vacation, childcare, whether you're attending a training, seminar, or conference, or similar to what South Stormont does, is allow electronic meeting participation with a certain allocated numbers for each member per year, and that, or a case-by-case basis at the discretion of the mayor. So I think I'll stop, Mr. Mayor, at this point and allow you to take over.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the options. I know that, I'll say this about electronic meetings, they did give a good option in the last 2 years to do some council work. It certainly is better that we're all meeting in person, and I'm glad that we're going to continue on. I'm assuming we're going to continue on with broadcasting our council meetings, that the public can at least know how we're doing and not have to be sitting here to do so. When it comes to changing the provisions of allowing members to be part of a council meeting electronically, I will say chairing a meeting that has 1 or 2 on the screen and the rest here is a challenge. It puts a lot of focus on how I have to run the meeting, or a mayor will have to run the meeting because of it. However, I understand that is a tool that we should have in the toolbox, but used in the proper way. I think the rules and what I wrote down, that, you know, if the mayor is going to make the decision, there has to be some good guidance and valid reason. Basically, there's the checklist, and he or she can make that decision. Usually a councillor should know by looking at the checklist whether it's a valid reason or not. I know that we participated in the county council meeting where a member was not present, and because he or she had to work, and that didn't really sit with me well. I think, you know, you sign, as our former mayor Barclay used to say, you knew what you signed up for, so be prepared. However, we're doing many more meetings than he would ever envision, and sometimes just having a virtual meeting to deal with a quick issue is not a bad thing. We've done it at counties. Mind you, at counties, people are having to drive into the city of Cornwall, so, you know, there's more costs, there's more time. Here, it's a lot easier, because the furthest somebody has to drive is Councillor Mellon, and as long as you give them 30 days' notice, they'll be here. Having said that, though, I think we shouldn't throw the tool out. As I said, I would say give the mayor and the clerk good defined reasons of why a councillor could do so. I wouldn't limit the numbers per se, but if you're going to limit the numbers, I don't think it's the right number, but you certainly don't want it to extend on and on and on. Not fair to council, it's not fair to those who have elected us, it's really not fair to the member, because you really can't participate as well. And I think we all agree with that. So the county one that isn't there currently is not bad. I can pretty well, you know, live with it for the most part. As I said, it can be an efficient means of doing county business, especially like a closed meeting thing, where basically you can do. We did one on the phone. I was working in the field, and you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do on a quick session, and that's the easiest instead of dragging everybody in. But that's something you don't do very often, and you do it, and it's a tool that has to be used very smartly, very discreetly, because if all of a sudden you think that tool's the way to run business, I think you're going to be in trouble with not only the residents. I'm sure you're going to hear it via the press too, because they're a good sounding board for the rest of the community at the same time. So anyway, we'll go through council and your thoughts on this. Hopefully you've wrote some down. If you got some new ones, that's fair enough. I'm not saying my way is the highway, but I will say that if you're going to allow the mayor to make those decisions along with the clerk, I really want some good guidance where this is the checklist. If you don't make the checklist, don't call, because it's not going to work. And if you have to work, or if you're on vacation, I think those are two that won't be on the list. I'm sorry, but that's just, you can't be working here and being in a council meeting. It doesn't work. I was multitasking 2 meetings last Friday, because one was a municipal one and one was one dealing with the St. Lawrence River levels, and I thought I needed to be at least a participant in both, but it's real hard. I'll tell you that right now. I am not good at multitasking when it comes to that. My mind will focus on one thing and lose the other. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. You know, when we look at this, I agree, work and vacation as not being one of the outlined things. It has to be fair to the people sitting around the table. We do not operate as effectively when it's a 3-hour meeting online, and I would hate to have the mayor sitting there and have 4 council, like it would look ridiculous, like to have 4 council members online away.
Can I say one thing before you
Sure.
go on? If the mayor or whoever it is couldn't be here, and then the deputy mayor would have to be the chair. You can't chair a meeting out there. That's one, I would never ever try to do that, because you can't do it. You literally you'd lose the crowd. If something happened and all of a sudden never has happened here, but it can, and you can't control it from there.
Well,
So
you
would land up being just a council member out there with the deputy mayor running the show.
Well, and because of the way that our meetings are set and public notice is given, if you had 3 that chose in a loosey-goosey thing to do it electronically, imagine if there's tech problems, then all of a sudden we've had to reschedule on a meeting that we've had to notify the public. So there's no way to control the quorum unless you have bodies present in the seat. And then how do you define that? So, you know, if somebody's got multiple, say vacation was allowed, multiple vacation dates, then does that mean that we can't, like the mayor and deputy mayor can't take vacation at the same time to protect that? So it's not fair because you're not allowed to do that. And we do not operate as effectively as we do inside. And if staff are present, I think we're setting the example of being present, right? If you have to drive here and be here late after working all day, then I think we should be there. Having said that, the balance of equity, because we've always attracted certain types of folks to municipal politics, there is an equity conversation where you want people with different backgrounds, right? I'm thinking parents, young parents with young kids. So that, you know, you do want to have some ability to do that. Having said that, I'll guarantee you, as the only one with a young child at home, if I use that as an excuse that I couldn't come, I had to stay at home, and Mr. Mayor, will you please let me do it online? There are people in the community that would say, why did she run for council if she can't manage her home business, her home life, with being on council? And that's been the expectation since I've been sitting here, is I better be able to balance those things. So I think that it's a good tool. I agree with Mayor Byvelds in the fact that if it is at mayor discretion, it needs to be written in stone, because there are some mayors that will play to certain council members, and that's not right either. So it needs to be fairly protected. But again, if you open it up and say it's okay, it's going to look ridiculous with like a couple, you know, only two people, the mayor and the deputy mayor sitting here, and everyone else is online. And for mental health purposes, if you're on vacation, you should be on vacation. I think if you've set that up and you're going away, then you should be willing to do that. I have had situations where I've been on vacation, not for this, but jobs, and you're just not in the same mindset, or your family's growling at you because you're on the phone the entire time doing work instead of being with your family. So I think vacation is a different thing, and short meetings too. I think it's easier sometimes to all gather quickly. If it's one item or two item, then I would want that. But I think it's vital. We're coming at that crossroads where we're now very comfortable with the technology, but I think we definitely need to protect the process. And the process is that our residents believe that we should be present. If you run for council, it means that you're coming to here and you're participating in meetings. So that's I'm not too flexible on the work or vacations. So,
Councilor Lewis.
Well, you know, whenever we passed this bylaw, we really didn't have much of a say on it because of the pandemic. And every time we had a virtual meeting, myself personally, I hated it because you're either freezing or you couldn't hear what the person was saying on virtual. And I don't think doing virtual meetings you're not doing your oath. When I stood here almost 4 years ago and put my hand on the Bible and swore that I would do the best of my ability to be a counselor, I meant every word I said. And to me, should we keep the virtual? I'm not saying that we should throw it away, but I think that if you signed up to be mayor, deputy mayor, counselor, no matter what, staff has to attend, we have to attend. There is no ands, ifs, and buts about it. And we all know that we accomplish more when we are sitting in this room than when we're talking on the computer. So myself, I would not get rid of the virtual, but if you're a member of council, we have a meeting, you're in the council chamber. That's how I feel.
Councilor Wells.
I agree with you guys. We'll just leave it the way it is and we're all good to go. But what you're gonna do, you're gonna take away from, say, someone that runs for council, you're talking about work. You gotta expect, and this, I know what I signed up for. Sure, we all signed up to make this place better. We didn't say how we're going to make it better, whether it's we have all this virtual stuff that we have access to. So if you want to put things in perspective, like we have this and the public, at least someone's still participating to use this. And I think anyone here is not going to say out of the 100 and some meetings is going to use it every time. It's the tool we have, regardless. As far as vacation, I'm good with that. I sign up. If you're on vacation, you don't participate. Work-wise, for me, that my work involves travel. I could be anywhere in Canada doing a job or doing something. So I'm penalized because I'm working. I know what I signed up for, but I also got to make a living. I didn't sign up here like Councillor Lewis's hand on the Bible. Well, that's fine. I'm here to help as much as I can. And whether I do it virtual or not, like, we can put our parameters however you want it. Vacation, but work-wise, if you get younger people come in, say if they're the husband, we want to get youth into council and that. Their husband there, say, has a month, their schedule, where there's 2 meetings, he's working nights. And to what you're saying, well, you got to stay home. Well, sure, you can get a babysitter. I'm not saying, but if you couldn't, it's a tool that we have to use. And if we're not going to use it, we spent all this money on cameras and everything and staff to run this. As far as if we're not going to take advantage of it, I don't even know why I have it, just to go back to the old way it was. And I agree with everyone here. Your best meetings is when we're all here. But at the end of the day, there's sometimes, especially work, there's sometimes where we all know, because it's in the paper, that the 10 meetings or whatever I missed, well, 4 of them was because of work. Like I left, I couldn't get back. So do I take my laptop? I could pull off the side somewhere, go in, and still participate in the meeting. And I agree with Deputy Mayor as far as letting the mayor do it and the clerk. There's your list. No vacation. I'm good with everything. But you gotta keep it, like, if we're gonna say work and all that, your work is, even though we're a councillor or a mayor or deputy mayor, we still gotta make a living. So if it involves that I can't make it, staff is here, they're making their living for these meetings. I'm not. If I'm gone, or if Mayor Bibles is out planting corn, that's his living. He can't make it. And if he decides to, or any of us, you can sit there and turn on because there's something in that thing that you want to be part of that meeting, we should be allowed to do that. So as far as everything else, I agree with letting the mayor and clerk do it. I agree with the list. I agree with not having vacation. I wouldn't agree with work because, like I said, we're here. We know what we signed up to make our municipality run efficient. But at the end of the day, you also got to make a living. So if you want to put there, if I'm gone for the month for doing a project that I'm 1,000 miles away, well, I should be allowed to join. I shouldn't be held. I'm bad because I know what I signed up for, but I know what I signed up for doesn't pay bills. So that's my part.
Okay, Councilor Mellon.
Thank you, Mayor Byvelds. Yeah. When I look back in here and what we've been on, like when I started here 11 and a half years ago, the information highway was pretty damn limited. The information you got was when you went to the clerk's office in Williamsburg. We have this little beauty here in front of us and we're up to date, and it's a tool I think we can use, and we've got more information at our fingertips now. On a daily basis, I'm looking at my phone, seeing emails or whatnot. So it's a tool we have, and I think we'd be wrong if we didn't utilize it to a limited amount. And that being said, I agree that we all work better together. But, you know, I think in certain incidents, we probably could, as far as a medical exemption, if you will, medical leave, from being actually physically able to come in. I've hobbled into council chambers on crutches numerous times, not that much fun. I've had to actually have somebody drive me to meetings because I wasn't allowed to drive. So certain incidents like that were medically, you know, not just COVID, but, you know, but I think we need to put a limit on it for a number of months, you know, and then a person has to be, you know, evaluate themselves, whether they could do it. Personally, vacation time, I said right from the start when we brought this whole thing in over 2 years ago, you know, if I'm sitting on a beach in Jamaica, you probably don't want me taking part in a meeting anyways. And I personally don't think...
You'd talk a lot longer, wouldn't you?
Well, I'd be just terrible by my esteemed mayor. Sorry. Yeah, but I totally agree with that, and I had always made it a rule myself that I would allow myself to miss one meeting a year because of vacation time, and I've taken heat over the years because I've had to turn down some sweetheart deals to go away. But I think, you know, for us to utilize, you know, before I read the report, I had it in my head that 1 or 2 meetings a year for personal time. I haven't got a problem with that. I mean, what we got to look at here in the long run is there's a lot of young, smart individuals out there in our community. Other than Deputy Mayor Gardner, who has, you know, young children, and you know, and you have a lot more outside pressure than I do, and maybe the rest of us do. So I give you credit for that. But we got a lot of young people out there with 2 working people in the household, outside family pressure, you know, kids, you know, stuff like that, that's taking and putting a lot of pressure on them, and maybe probably some people are reluctant to put their name on a ballot to run for this position. So we're missing out on a lot of smart people out there. There's a lot of people out there that have probably forgot more than I'll ever know. I know that's hard to believe, but it's probably true.
It's believable, Councilman.
Yeah. But so, with this tool, it would provide maybe somebody that might be thinking of this saying, okay, I got to come to the council meetings, yes, but I could have 2 personal meetings a year that I could utilize. And I think we have to be pretty strict on, you know, 1, 2, 3. But I would just suggest 2 personal meetings a year. Vacation, no. Medical, I think we need to set some guidelines on that. If a person just cannot physically be able to sit at a table for, you know, 3, 4, 5 hours, you know, understandable. But they also have to have a limitation on that too. You don't want somebody off for a year with a medical, like, I mean, they'd have to reevaluate, you know, what their participation and what their involvement with council would have to be. So, you know, let's face it, we all bring different and unique skill sets to a council meeting, and you know, if there's an item on the agenda and you just can't get there because of taking a personal day, if you will, but you can participate by virtually, you know, I'd hate to think that we would maybe, you know, have less input from somebody with a different skill set than what I have. So my recommendation, what I like to see, Mayor Bybels, is medical, physically unable to come, you know, not just pandemic, but, you know, but that included 2 times per year per member, you know, on a calendar year, I guess you would say, you know, up to 2 times a year. Because let's face it, we have a lot more meetings, and you can attest, I've been here for 11 and a half, and you first got on 15 and a half years ago?
Yeah, but I missed 4.
Well, yeah, I know, but when you come on originally, we didn't have the meetings.
Oh, we didn't have this many meetings,
There's
no.
a lot more pressure on members of council, and, you know, from what it was when I first come on 11 and a half years ago to today. A lot more meetings, a lot more, and it's all because of this. We have the option of utilizing this, but this thing's also giving us a lot more work, a lot more work. And so with a little bit of flexibility here, that would be my recommendation, you know, just 2 personal days or meetings a year, council meetings, I guess, if you will, or committee of the whole meetings, you know, and a medical, well, the medical to me should be included because, like I've already said, I came to council meetings and probably, you know, by the end of it, my leg, you know, if I would have had the option, I probably would have stayed at home and done it from a virtual at home. But, so, that's
Okay.
my opinion.
Okay, so I was going to go through Madam Clerk's list here that she had suggested. So if we go back to the county one, which is on page 27, we don't have to mirror it, but it has some good bases. And the one if you look at it about the emergency, I think that part should stay, because if we ever have an emergency that trying to get everybody in sometimes you can't do, and this gives us that tool in the toolbox. Then if you're going to determine it by warden, be mayor, in consultation with the clerk. Sometimes a quick meeting of council, as long as it's fully public somewhere, is fair and necessary, because it's efficient. It has to be small, has to be something very specific. And council doesn't like it, that's fair enough. And then it's case by case. And if you're gonna do the case by case, then, you know, the list is on page 30 that Madam Clerk saw. So council's feeling on, and I'm gonna go one at a time, don't pontificate on it, yes or no, unless you have to, because they're fairly basic, like medical or illness, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll keep them in. Personal emergency.
Define that.
I don't know what, well, if there's a crisis at home or I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Unforeseen.
Well, I mean, can I just say something, Marion? Please don't get grouchy with me because I will kind of expand a little bit.
That's okay. I'll allow
Councillor
you. The rest
Mellon-
can do it too.
Councillor Mellon brought it up. So before I arrived here, I did have a 6-year-old. I did have a husband that worked shifts. And I did have a heavy career with 45 direct reports to me. I had to go through an integrity commissioner, if you will, to get permission to even sit at this table with the job. And the one thing they told me was, because I was like, well, in my position, I had quite a bit of vacation. And I said, can I use vacation days? And they're like, no, it has to be unpaid because you're double dipping when you're doing 2 jobs, right?
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. So, and I still wanted to sit here. So people that really want to be here will make space for this position. To your point, it is a lot of space. It's a lot more than it was 10 years ago, but I think people need to know that. Like, they need to know when they arrive here that it's a commitment, and it's not like the good old days where you had the 2-hour meeting with a 30-page agenda and you could just kind of whip in and whip out and you were done kind of thing. People need to know that. With the personal exemption though, and this is just from having staff, if you don't define it, people will abuse it. So, you know, I could sit there and say, I don't know, right? Yeah, I mean, people will abuse it. So I do like Councillor Mellon's point with if we're gonna do a 2 personal exemption where you control it for the year. I think
Okay.
2 is reasonable, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
So instead of a personal emergency, we say personal exemption and limit it.
Yes, because then we're not getting into the weeds of, well, what is it? Or you have the counselor that just says, well, I stubbed my toe, can't come in. You know what I mean? Like, or avoids discussion at the table. Because a lot of times we get into discussion that we don't really, it's uncomfortable for us. You don't want to set it up so people can avoid it, right? So I do, to Councillor Mellon's credit, I do like that too controlled, because it is a lot more meetings than it used to be, but it will protect us from having folks sitting at the table that aren't here for the right reason.
Okay. So in saying that, then we would not define it as a personal emergency, but we would call it either personal discretion or personal use, limited to 2 meetings a year.
Yep.
Whenever I first got elected in, I had to take a day off because my wife was in the hospital. You know, so I'm, yes.
And if you wanted to participate, you could. If you
Yeah.
felt uncomfortable, you
Yeah.
say no.
Yeah.
Council Mellon, you are in agreement with this because you propose it. Council
I'm good
Will.
with it.
Okay. Inclement weather, is that a valid reason?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
But if I'll tell you one thing, if the weather's inclement for one, it's gonna be all, and the council meeting will probably be canceled.
Yeah.
If we can't all get to Morrisburg,
Yeah.
the other option is all online. It's either one or other, right?
Staff's gotta come in too, and I'm not gonna have.
Protect them.
Yeah, like if we miss one meeting, we can reschedule. We do have that right to do that.
Well, that makes sense, I guess. I said that makes sense, and what I was gonna say about the weather is, and I kind of forgot about staff on this, if it was bad, that we all could do a virtual meeting if we really had to, but.
We have to have some notice
What
to
you're
it too,
saying,
right?
like, we can postpone it to another date, so really, in theory, you don't need that weather one in there, just remove it.
No. I'm not gonna discuss vacation because that's been nixed. Childcare, I'll put that to Deputy Mayor. What do you think?
No, I think parents need to be treated equally, and I would not want to set somebody up, so I sit there and go, sorry, Reagan, I can't be here because of Reagan, and it creates this animosity with the rest of council members. I think if you're here, you have to organize your life to be here, and that includes childcare. So as strong, one of the things with me being a strong woman is I demand the fact that it's level, I don't want special treatment. Now, if there's say somebody came on council, year 2, they have a baby that has medical issues, then that potentially could be discussed. But childcare, you're in or you're out. Get your business at home organized, because I can't tell you how many times I've had to balance and run. I mean, even this morning I had to double check, make sure Chuck was home last night from St. Catharines, because Reagan goes on the bus at 9:10. 8:30 is not going to work. So I'm in any given moment juggling things, but I know what I signed up for. So as long as the rules are clear at the beginning, I think then people can make theirs. So no.
Okay, anybody want to override that?
No, I'm not gonna override, I agree with you, the balancing, but we also have where council, it doesn't matter what we can put in there, you, as council, you can suspend it anytime you want.
Yes, I was going to say that. You
for
can,
anything.
Council
So-
can suspend the rules like, first
Like
thing
that
you
time
do at
if-
council, you
when I was
ask.
down there, if we wanted
Council
to
say
do it,
yes
you
or
coulda
no.
did it. I'm just saying, even for whatever reason, if something comes up, him or her, council or whatever, can just call and ask for a motion, put it in there, and you guys hear it, and if it's,
I think the argument, though, the public needs to know that this position is getting more serious by the minute. The what you're asked to do, what you're asked to comprehend, what you're asked, it can't be a willy-nilly decision. And that's with the childcare. If your kids aren't old enough, you want to purchase, you know what I mean? Like, I think people have to, because I could say to you then, I can't ever study my agenda because I've got 3 kids at home and you give me a 300-page agenda, when am I going to look at it? You guys would be looking at it going, what? That type of thing. So if you're going to use childcare as the issue, then when does it's going to expand into it? I think people need to be empowered. If they're going to sit here, they can manage their
like I
home
said,
life.
I'm agreeing with you about childcare.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm agreeing. I'm just
Okay.
saying, we have
Well,
that,
we-
we have that tool. If
We
we
have
want to
that tool,
suspend it.
and you have 2 personal days, if we
Exactly,
agree with that.
so-
So
Yeah.
there's opportunities, how was that? The training, seminar, and conference envelope, I'm gonna say no, unless somebody thinks
that?
No, I
that's.
mean,
if-
let's face it,
Because
we-
I'm going to OGRA next week, we're just gonna cancel the meeting, because there's no, I can't, 2 of us
I'm
are
gone,
gone, so
yeah.
we're not gonna have a meeting. We're trying to encapsulate what we need
And
today.
that's all
and-
part of, you're doing it for the municipality anyway, so
Yeah.
it's irrelevant.
That's right.
And we have enough notice when those meetings or training seminars, and we can sit down and say, well, there's 3 of us going to,
Yeah,
you know,
work around
okay,
it.
well, let's just change the meeting from, we can do that. We can change a meeting, flip a meeting to another date.
That's right,
So,
yeah. The work one that Councillor Wells brought up, do you want to include it as a personal one, or do you want it as a separate one? I'll start here.
Well, I think it should be as I wouldn't take it as a personal, Because like I said, I knew what I signed up for and to do the best job I can for the municipality. But I also, the constituents or public's got to realize, all of us sitting here, unless you're retired like Councillor Lewis or whatever, we still got to make a living. So, like if I have to leave for a month and it's due to work, what do you want? What's the municipality taxpayers expect me to do? Okay, well, Councillor Wells, you should lose a month's wages because you know what you signed up for. So work should be, and at the end of the day, like it probably wouldn't come in unless someone like me as a contractor. Most people have set jobs if they're going to do this, or you make room. Like you take back their North Dundas, for example. You have the deputy mayor was a truck driver, and you have the mayor worked at Alts. So like there's a shift where, okay, I don't know what they do if Tony's on afternoons or if Al's in friggin' Arizona somewhere. Like work.
They always come to meetings.
Eh?
They always come to meetings.
I know, but the point I'm trying to make here is if Al do the work, if he couldn't get back, he has that option. Okay, I have my laptop, I have service, I can join this meeting because he's out there making a living. He still has to work. So I think work should be included and not used as personal things.
Okay, that's fair enough. Good argument. Council Mellon, yes, no, thoughts? I'll be honest, I actually did a virtual meeting that was a virtual meeting anyway. Sitting my tractor in a field, putting nitrogen on corn, but I was sitting in a tree waiting it out. I wasn't doing both, but I was allowed to do it. Now, if they were having a personal meeting, in-person meeting, I wouldn't participate in that kind at that time, but it was a committee meeting from the county. So interesting how this can work, because it was this, and this is what gave me the way to go, so.
I'm a little torn on the work, and the reason I brought the work up because I didn't want vacation to become involved in this at all. And that's why I brought up the 2 personal days to use, somewhat at your own discretion, whether you're using them for downtime, whether you're using them because of your work commitments or whatever. We're fortunate enough that we're all sitting around here and we're all, committed enough to that we want to put in as much time that we can possibly provide and have free time to provide. So we're lucky that way. I'm just thinking that it could be, it could be abused, if somebody's, oh, I'm working, I'm working, I'm gonna, do it virtually. I don't want to have too many layers on this. I was going to, say, well, you could have one work meeting. We got, that may get a little too, I'm a little bit torn on that one. That's why I brought up the 2 personal days, if you will, personal meetings that you could take part of, to, bridge that gap between, outside commitments, which can be and probably will be work in a lot of cases, or, family commitments, child commitment, whatever the case is. So right now, no, I would say no. My 2 personal days.
I'm on the same wavelength as Councillor Mellon. If you're going to have 2 personal days, you can book that into your work days. My number is, if we're going to have 2 meetings, virtual, you got 2, that's it.
I agree. It goes back to the, the double dipping. Can't get paid for 2 at the same time. I think most of our residents out there, when our remuneration is very low for what we do in this capacity. However, we're still taking money to come to meetings and that type of thing. And I know I was prepared, and my paycheck on the other side, which I would have been saying no as an unpaid day, was a lot more than sitting here. But I was prepared to say, No, so again, I agree, I like Councillor Mellon's thing where it's, 2 days, and if the personal things are work related, then have at her, but it's 2.
Okay. Council's made the decision, sorry.
2 days, so
Yeah. Okay.
I'm easy to get along with.
Is there anything else on the list that we should consider, Madam Clerk? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you've already mentioned this, Mayor, and I don't even want to, if, let's say you couldn't come to a meeting, you were taking one of your personal times and you were going to do it by computer, you would designate to the deputy
Yes,
mayor.
we can have that in there, that if the mayor is is participating virtually, then deputy mayor would step into the chair's role.
Okay, and at that point, and I can see where your point is, you said that already about trying to chair a meeting,
You can't chair a meeting
no.
virtually.
No.
Some people
So,
think they can, but
any
you.
signatures that
it-
have to be taken place on our council documentation after a meeting.
Well,
That would be relegated to the
whoever
chair?
chairs the meeting
Okay, even though
signs
you
the
might be
docs
taking part, you can take part in the meeting as,
as a member of
yeah,
council.
okay. That's-
Yeah,
But
but I'm not the chair of the meeting.
you,
But the
how
chair
many
would do
meetings
the
have you
signature.
chaired already though as virtual?
Yeah, but not, yeah, but
No,
I mean,
if we did,
the hybrid model where
Yeah.
I'd be the only one there and the four
Yeah,
of you,
no,
like at
no,
the
I
last meeting,
agree
that
with
doesn't
that.
work.
Okay, yeah.
That just
I
doesn't
wanted to
work. You better
clarify
off
who
not to
would
be there.
either
chairing
it's one
and
or all.
That would be all, but let's not do that. The one concern I had that wasn't addressed, and I think it's around this, so the notice to the public if the electronic version isn't accessible. So say we had a breakdown, and maybe that's where the first thing that we did the alert mass notification. I think it's important as the public gets used to the fact that they can go on YouTube after the fact and see it. At some point, we'll have to address what the system's going to be to notify the public if we say we showed up and it wasn't available, or couldn't be recorded or something like that. I think we're gonna have to find a way that we notify them in due time, because people are getting really comfortable watching it on YouTube, and it is a public process. So you wanna make sure that there's
Even to your
checks and
point,
balances, right?
sorry, through the chair, to your point about this morning about an hour late start.
Yeah.
Like, we probably should have went live and put
Yeah.
something on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll leave that to you and Kaylin to figure out
Okay.
that
That was just in my
we
notes.
kind of cover that, but,
Sure.
makes a point of.
Yeah.
But in theory, I wouldn't suggest it today because, COVID is back and we all know it now. Someday chambers will be used again, and that technically is the public part, and if they want, they want to watch us online, I still think we're going to do that.
Yeah.
I think counties have gone ahead to do that. We should continue on too. That's where you can say things like who we're on, who we're off. Your thoughts on would you think about mirroring the counties and kind of streamlining it the way council has discussed this morning?
Absolutely. I think to your point, I think that's a great, that statement covers everything, and we'll just include the medical illness and the 2 personal use days. And then a statement about if the mayor is virtual, then, and the deputy would assume the position of chair.
Okay.
Yep.
I want council's thoughts on this, and CEO, I want CEO to comment first, and then we'll go from there. During this time, we've had council in chambers, and we've had the opportunity to staff basically virtual. If we wanted Jeff this morning, he could be in his office,
Yep.
continue working, get the call, you want to come in, do your work, and then go back. What's your thoughts, and even in evening meetings where, people can participate from home because for distances and come in. Now, if council says in the end they want staff here, that's fair enough, because there's pros and cons to the whole deal, and if we don't want to make a decision on that today, that's fair enough, because it's not part of the procedure bylaw. But what's your thoughts on that? From a staff point of view, and then council may say, no, we want them there, and that's fair enough, that's
I
okay.
think there's value to it. We talk about a lot of times of onboarding and how we can be creative in onboarding staff, giving staff that option where they could do a virtual meetings rather than going home and then having to come back or staying later. And I realize that council, they work throughout the day, but, staff that are here from 8:30 to 4:30 and then could stay here till 11 o'clock at night, it's a long day, and it's a long day for council as well. So I think it does give that flexibility. There is value of having staff here as well, though, too, and as council has alluded to, that there's more discussion, but I wouldn't be against it for sure, and I don't think staff would be. It just gives a little bit more flexibility.
Okay, so thoughts on that?
I think that's the way, especially the way we have it structured now. So I'm assuming staff bank hours
Yes.
with the thing. So
Yes.
to cut down on that little
Yep, absolutely.
tidbit that drives me at the management level. But anyway,
Yes.
so I think that would save. That's a resource thing where we're conscious of the fact that if we're paying out that thing. I think the only thing I would define it of, if it was in camera,
Yes.
I would have the staff member here because we generally do that before everything else, right?
I would agree with that.
And to be honest, that from a security point of
Yeah.
view, it
Yeah.
protects us and protects staff.
Yeah.
Because that's the one challenge with closed session virtual is that we can't guarantee there's nobody
Yeah.
back here.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're not in a closed room. Council
Yeah.
Wells sends, we're all in closed rooms, but you're in your home or you're in an office and other people can
Yeah.
be out of camera range,
And
but
listening
be,
in.
but
Yeah.
be, doing whatever. And the other challenge I always have with a closed meeting is you having your phone sitting here and all of a sudden you're getting text from somebody supplying you information that you shouldn't have. So it's,
So I think if it's important enough that we do the process of closed session, which
Yep.
that is supposed to be important enough to have, I think that the person has to be here. I think other than that, I think it's saving hours for
Yes.
staff. It's a good recruitment tool if you have young families or that type of thing. So I have no problem because the staff are not elected by, right? I think I'm okay with that except for the closed session.
Yeah, I have no issue with that, none. But as you said, if it's in camera, I prefer them to be here.
Yes.
Council Wells,
Well,
you can be opposite, that's okay.
No. Well, if I'm going to be off, I'll speak mine. In camera, definitely. Like you can't. That's just a given. The other one, I don't care. If you want to, if it makes it easier, but also respect. I know it's not the public bringing them in. Basically, we bring them in. So in the end, management, you guys know what you signed up for. So if there's meetings and blah, 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 and
But they do get time off in lieu, don't forget, so.
which, I'm not
Gonna debate that now.
I'm not
This
gonna
is
debate-
not a debate now,
I know,
but keep
that's
that in
why I'm
mind.
not saying nothing.
I like to make, if life makes it easier, that you get more out of them
No.
later, that's fair enough.
I could talk about that for an hour right now, but.
No, we're not going to, because it's past lunchtime.
As far as what we're saying, I have no issue with you guys if it's, if you want to do it virtual, so.
Most times, yeah. Oh, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Go
Were you gonna
ahead.
say something to
The
me?
only caveat I will make is that if council does go down the route where staff can do a virtual, the other thing I would ask for staff is they have to have reliable internet.
Yes.
Oh,
Because
no,
if they
that-
don't have it, then it jeopardizes the purpose of having it. It needs
No,
to be,
no.
the broadband needs to be there.
It doesn't have to be a part of their employment letter, but, if they want to do virtual, they can't be, it doesn't work.
Right.
Because the next time you're done, you'll be here.
Yes. 'Cause I have a couple staff who don't have the strong broadband, and when they do the virtual meetings, they had to physically come to the building and do that. So those would be those situations, right?
And to be honest, that's not an abnormal thing to do. Like, some of us are extremely spoiled. I consider myself spoiled, sitting on a Eastlink line
Yep.
that's fiber fed. Like, I don't think I've ever been dropped in any meeting. And I can do 2 meetings at once, I found out the other day, and I have no problem with that.
problem.
Now, if Debbie was on Netflix watching something, I might have been in trouble by then, but other than that, I was pretty good.
Yeah.
But, but then Councillor Mellon is sitting on a air-to-air line, and he's probably been the biggest challenge in keeping things going. And
Yep.
no disrespect, but you are in big village of Hulbert that's at the edge of South Dundas.
Not in the
and-
middle of nowhere, but I can see it from my house.
You're
Yeah.
right. Didn't want to say that, but
Yeah.
anyway. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
going back to staff,
Okay, yeah.
electronically, yes or no?
I agree with the staff being able to work from home on the condition that there's an item on the agenda that's a contentious item, or as we get the agenda, we can read it over. You know, it's a lot better if the staff member's here, if there's, you know, a lot of discussion going back.
You're right, but if it's just basically a tender for a swing set
Yeah.
or something that's real simple, then I
Yeah,
don't.
with the
But if
staff
it's a
walking up,
discuss, let's
sitting
say,
there.
let's say it's a key information report on drainage and we want we look at it and say, no, we need to have a discussion with Justin. If we pull something out of the agenda, we probably want the staff member
Yeah.
here.
Right, agreed.
There's
Yeah.
no way that we're gonna sit and discuss this one online.
That's
So
right.
I think comes to you as a CAO looking at the agenda and saying you should probably be present, or
Yes.
or if it looks like it's gonna be a contentious issue, then, but sometimes I've seen simple tenders being all of a sudden, well, there's not enough stuff here, you know, it's too simple.
Yeah, and I think it's important that, you know, when council looks at their agenda over the weekend, if we know early Monday morning items you want to pull, then we can manage
Oh,
with
for
the
sure.
staff.
It's
We
got-
can
we-
manage with staff, right?
We've
Yeah.
gotten a little sloppy on the items to pull. They should be pulled at 8:30 in the morning,
Yes.
so,
I would utilize it almost like a consent agenda, so if I want something pulled, I can pull it. And if in a bylaw or, you know, a discussion item, you know, I can either contact the mayor and say, you know, I've got some issues with this or
Yes.
whatever, or we can contact you, Shannon, and we can say, look, I think it would be better if, you know, I think,
that's
I
that.
don't think I should call Shannon and say, bring, you know, Cameron in, because I wanna ask him what color the work boots are gonna be that the firemen are gonna get, you know, something stupid like that, but I mean, you know,
I think council members have to use their discretion if they're
That's
gonna
right.
certainly want to
but I
have a
think we
staff
need
member
to have
here.
that option to bring
Yes.
in, have them here. You're right, probably 85, 90% of our agenda, staff don't need to be sitting there and, you know, they can, yeah.
Yeah, depends on the item. If it's simple, you can be able to figure out. It's council having to basically just give blessing or direction, fair enough. But if it's a discussion item, then that staff member probably should be present more than not.
Yeah,
And unless you get your agenda, then day and a half later to get another one, it's kind of hard for us to post something to have it to use guys by 8 o'clock. Just saying.
Just say,
Go ahead.
So the other thing would be not only anything pulled on the agenda, but knowing if there's anything that council wanted to add onto the agenda, because then that would determine whether or not staff are there as well.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah.
Tit
And
for
just-
tat.
Just for the public that's watching, when we're talking about staff, we're talking about the operational staff,
Yes.
not the suite of 3 we have sitting there. You guys are stuck.
We're here.
Yeah.
No, they have to be here.
Yes.
So that's not an issue. Okay. So committees. Are committees going to be, committees in theory have to follow our procedural bylaw. So they will be, if we change it, technically it should be notified now that they can't have virtual, people shouldn't be hooked on virtual. 'Cause
Correct.
So you need to send every chair one, because I know there's a committee that's going to do this soon.
Okay.
And then you can inform the council has made the decision on changing the rules concerning the electronic participation, and that will be coming forth at a future council meeting.
Correct. Okay.
Because they have to follow them just like we do.
Yep.
And the other thing is, on the agenda, within the procedural bylaw, there's a set agenda.
Yes.
We have gotten now in the habit of doing closed sessions before our main session, and technically that's not part of our procedural bylaw. Do you suggest we should change that?
I think we should at least give you the option, like even as an example, today's meeting, we've split it into 2. But I think maybe through the mayor's, like the clerk in consultation with the mayor, to allow the option of before or after.
Okay. Now, is council, I will ask council now, is council comfortable with having closed sessions early like that? What I do like about them is that we're fresh and we know things, and it's, closed session issues can be challenging. Sometimes they're easy, most of the time they're not. That's the reason they're in closed session. Not trying to hide anything, but the one we had today was a very, very challenging decision council had to make, and I'd rather do those kind of decisions early in the meeting than, no disrespect to the one we're gonna do today, but if we're at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all we wanna do is go home, our mind's gone. Or it's 9, 10 o'clock at night and we've been sitting here since 6, and some people would be in bed by then. No disrespect, Council Wells, but you know what I mean. You've been up early. Your brain starts going down into a different mode. All we want to do is get done so I can go to bed.
Yeah.
I think it's improved our sessions. Pros and cons to it, because Councilor Mellon likes to have his meal before at that time, but we can work around the cookie side. But I think it's a good idea if, and we do adjust it, like 5 is a good start. We can't say for sure 5, because sometimes if there's 3 or 4, then we should start at 4:30 and try to get done. And, we'll have a few cookies to keep people happy, but I think it works better than waiting on it, so.
The only thing I would say is if it's going to be a quick change, like the 8:30 start today, I would have had major issues because I was 9, right?
I'm going to say right now, and I know clerk recognizes this, and CA knows it now, that we need to get those agendas out earlier. They can't be these last minute things. I asked for it on Monday, and I know that we added things up to try to eliminate a council meeting, but I think staff are going to have to work on being much more prepared that if the council meeting is on Monday, by Wednesday, that thing better be locked in stone for the most part, unless there's something that doesn't have to be done, because I do spend my Sundays reading the agendas.
Yeah.
And I know Councilor Mellon does.
Yep.
I can sense the emails that fly through. So that means we're working on our weekends. And to be honest, I said when I started my term as mayor, I was going to keep Sundays off. You want any Sunday? Last Sunday I had off because I didn't have anything, but I should have had this one. So I'm not trying to, I think council is concerned about that, and I'm not trying to give you a public demonstration of what you shouldn't and shouldn't do, but I think we have to be fair to us as council members that we need to get them out as fast as possible, and that's a prime example of changing meeting dates and times, and if a member of council wants to spend time during the week so he avoids the weekend, then that option has to be there. So I see your hand up, Shannon. I know
That's all on me.
Well, I don't want to throw the whole pile on you, but I mean,
I am the first. I have broad shoulders, but 9 times out of 10, it's waiting on me, and definitely something that we will work better on. Is getting it to council by noon on Wednesday.
Yeah,
I'll work with the clerk, and we'll get there.
And it maybe noon Wednesday's a little early, but Friday at 4 o'clock is a little late.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we can't. We all know we're coming to a council meeting. We don't know what time, and I try to respect everybody's work schedule to make sure that, you don't say on Monday morning, well, we're going to have a closed session, starts at 4:30, and you've got all of us we're working up to every hour of the day, and we didn't schedule that hour and a half before, so.
April 25th, you'll notice a change.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I know I should be here, but anyway, go ahead.
well,
Go ahead.
okay. Anyways, no, I was going to agree about having the closed session first, and just to get back to the agenda, we're talking procedural bylaws. I think if you check, there's a procedural bylaw for you guys to have it to council at a certain time, isn't there?
There is.
Just since we're talking about procedural bylaws.
Okay, Mayor, sorry about
No,
that.
I mean, and that's where I guess each term of council you'd look at it, because before the pandemic, my life has changed somewhat, but my husband, his job took over this job, so I couldn't be here till 9:30, right? I had to put Reagan on the bus. So I think you have those discussions, but as long as I have notice, I'm good. But it's the juggle.
It's a
the
no.
juggle.
I think you have a council of busy people, and I know Councilor Lewis doesn't have a full-time job anymore, but he's still out and about, and he's probably, he is our sounding board out in the community. He knows,
Yeah.
because he talks to people, and that's not a bad thing. But we're all busy. You tend to get busy people doing this job, and that's the same in your role as staff. Your best staff member are those that want to be busy all the time, and this 8:30 to 4:30, that's just numbers somewhere, and you make things work. But having said that, busy people are willing to schedule times that work, but they tend to fill their days if you don't give them the time. And I know that, short notice is never a good thing. Sometimes it happens, but
It is.
the more ahead, the better for us to schedule, and we can always kind of work what we
It
got.
also is the length of the agenda. Like, we don't know the length of the
Yeah.
agenda until we get it.
That's right.
And we don't know what's on it. So, to the mayor's point about Sunday, I think people would be shocked the amount of us, like, it's a couple of hours on Sunday, and you don't know until you get it if there's going to be stuff that, oh, I get that, I understand, you know what I mean, or there's something that requires some research or whatever. So I think people would be shocked how much time is spent.
Well, we're not trying to scare people off.
No,
This is an
no.
election year, and I noticed the big ad in the paper that the election is coming, and that's good. We're not here to scare people off. It is work, I will admit that, but a busy person can make it work, and that's the way you have to look at it. If you think you have value to add this municipality and want to participate, then I certainly would encourage you to sign up in the election and present your voice and your ideas to the South Dundas. Closed session?
I love the closed session before council meeting.
So you can go to bed early again after?
I go to bed early every day,
I know that.
but I'm up early every day.
I know that. We can have it at 4 o'clock in the morning for you, probably.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all
not
right,
me.
yeah.
I'm not that early anymore.
Because after we go through a 250 or a 300-page agenda, my brain is just like a marshmallow. I just want to go home and
Yeah.
go to bed. So no, I love the before.
Okay. Council Wells, you're
No,
you're
I
the busy
want it,
person.
I want it before, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
after
still
3 or
good
4
with it as long as we tell you
After
when?
3 or 4 hours, I'd invite Jack to Riptor to come home with me, for God's sakes, just to get out of here.
Okay, so work on that, and we can leave the possibility of having the second one, but the majority would be early. Okay, anything else that you want to ask us on the procedure bylaw that you haven't mentioned?
I think you've confirmed everything, and we have clear direction, so we'll prepare the bylaw for the April 25th meeting.
Okay, anything further from any member of council? Okay, with that, then we're going to break for lunch till 1 o'clock, please. Welcome back to our meeting. Moving on now to the next report, CEO 2022-04 Water and Wastewater Rate Study, RFP WW 22-10. Resolution, please.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Mellon, that Council accept report CAO 2022-04 to award the water and wastewater rate study to DFA Infrastructure International Incorporated in the amount of $24,900 plus HST.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Yep, thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a follow-up to an application that we submitted back in mid-2021 that we executed an agreement in November of 2021 to do a water and wastewater study. Part of that study would be reviewing our rates, but also looking at it from an asset management perspective, as well as a 10 to 20-year projection on our demand as we go through growth and development. At that time, we were working with the province on an extension due to the fact that we did not get the agreement till later on in the fall. The government did agree to an extension of June 30th. So when we did put the tender out, the deadline for submission or completion was June 30th. All three bids that are provided in the report do meet the June 30th deadline. There's two different streams under the modernization funding. One is a review stream, which is 100% paid by the province. And the implementation stream, which is the other option, is a 65-35 split. This is the review. So this is $75,000 has been allocated. It does not involve any municipal funding being allocated as part of this. So as part of the review panel, it did involve 4 staff, Justin, Lachlan, Dennis, and myself, who evaluated it based on the criteria that is in the report. It did not just focus on the lowest price. It focused on experience, fees, schedule, work plan, as well as their qualifications and engagement with council and the public and staff. So today in front of you is our recommendation to go with DFA in the amount of $24,900 plus HST. The other thing that we want to focus on too is now that we have the $75,000 to allocate, our hope is that when we sit down with the consultant, we can look at other ways to enhance the report to make sure that we're getting better value and spending as much as we can of that $75,000 allocation. We talked about digitalization of our maps. We've talked about looking at our water meter replacement program. We've talked about in-house versus utilizing RSL when it comes to our collecting and billing and metering. So this will be an opportunity that maybe we can go above what is required under this and get a better report that will direct us more in the future. If council has any questions, I'm more than happy, or Lachlan as well, he is here, that we can answer any questions you have.
Okay, Councilor Wells.
The way it sounds, you guys have everything under control. Like you say, it's not costing the taxpayers any money. And I think it's a good idea to have this in place, that not for today, but 20 years down the road, what they would project, because it'd be interesting as an asset, like or assessment for our buildings and things like that. So I think it's a good thing, so thank you.
Yes,
Yeah, I haven't, well, that's something I think that needs to be done. I guess my only question, Shannon, is like in the tender or the RFP, we requested 10-year projected out. And the winning tender was, they come in with at 25 years, which is probably better. Well, not probably, it is better.
Yeah.
I guess trying to compare apples to apples, if we would have, did anybody crunch the numbers to say, well, the other guys might have been a little bit more comparison? Did we go back to them and say, can you do 25 years out instead of just 10?
So what we did in the, so actually through you, Mayor, to Councillor Mellon. So as part of our minimum was the 10 years. If consultants wanted to go over that, then they could choose to do that. The one thing we feel we're getting with DFA over the other competitors is the other competitors are allocating 114 hours to this project. DFA is actually allocating 196 hours, which means we're getting a lot more bang for our buck when it comes to engagement with staff, ensuring they understand our processes, our fees, but also the biggest piece is the council engagement that will be part of this process, is that they'll be coming to council, having information sessions as well as public information sessions to ensure that this is done the right way.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. I mean, I just want to make sure
Yep.
that the other two companies, I guess, were offered, you know, they just did what the bare minimum was,
Yes.
you know, I didn't know how you had, drive on.
No questions.
Mayor?
No, good report. No questions or issues.
Okay, I don't have a problem with the report, but I got a job for them. And that's called the sewer use bylaw that we haven't had yet.
That's actually
And I
part.
see you have a part
Yeah.
there. I really want to emphasize that.
Yep.
If they could come up with some work on that, because
Yes.
there's a template somewhere collecting dust here that
have.
we did have public meetings and it kind of got hit hard, and a lot of the challenges is the excess water that lands up in our system. We may have to come up with a solution for that, but I'm more concerned from since we have nothing, our manager has no control over what gets dumped into our sewer system at all right now. And if we get an industry coming in, or we have nothing to regulate what goes down, or if somebody else starts doing something silly, there's nothing there to deal with it. So I think that's something that we have to come along, and since I know the excess water or sump pump connections will be very visible when they do any kind of research, it's something that perhaps we need to come up with a plan on how to deal with them. We can't expect people to just disconnect them, and if they don't, here's the fine. It's not fair. It's not critical. It becomes critical in high flow times. I'm sure that when they fill up, and it's happened twice last year. But to not have a sewer use bylaw with the infrastructure we have, I think is just asking for trouble someday down the road. Not an easy job. It's a dirty job with everything that can happen, but that's why it's sewage. Other than that, yeah, I think we got a good deal. Now I think as I said, that's the hole we need to fill more than anything else. Any comments further from council?
I just got one. Did we ever have another assessment like this done before? Or is this the first?
This
This
is
probably
the
be
first on this, right?
Yeah, be the
Okay.
first on this one probably before my time, and I haven't been able to find one. So
And
this
that's
will be
just because the buildings were brand new and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I would take it, right?
Well, and we did try to do a sewer use bylaw in the last term I was on, and it fell apart because it didn't have a good plan. It got contentious because everybody who hooks into our sewer from a sump pump point of view or from a house leader point of view, that challenge wasn't addressed properly, because you basically told them you got to fix it, and that doesn't work. That doesn't go over well. People say no, I'm going to gets their backs up, costs a lot of money, right? So if you come up with a plan of how you can help them, or if you have to help them, or is their situation not bad, or if they're I can think of one roof that I don't know where all the water goes, and it's a big roof, is, what do we do in those situations? Because that's stormwater, that's not sewage water, and that, a rain like today, the flows are going to go up because of the rain, but if we get the 4-inch rain like we do once in a while, that makes that plant work, and that's when we have the backups, and it's because of the excess water. And we tried to fix them with Lakeshore Fix and a bunch of other fixes, but the only fix that fixes everything on the backups is getting rid of the excess water, because that's what's doing it. So.
And over the years too, there was a lot of streets here in Morrisburg where they had backups, their sewers and stuff and all that. So
Yeah.
this.
Well, something we need to address and
Yeah.
see if we can fix things up. I know Lakeshore has been, even after the fixes, there are still some issues on some heavy duty, and then the new part of Morrisburg's the worst.
Yeah.
Because of the tie-ins that Hydro did. Iroquois is bad enough too, but
We did a lot of work in Iroquois under the provincial and federal
Yes.
funding, where we did a lot of the infiltration. But it didn't address like the actual homes itself, right? So
no. No, because I know somebody who lives in town here, and you ask them, where's your sump pump? Where's it all go? It goes down the sewer line. That's just the way it was designed then.
Yeah,
They put the house in, hooked everything to the sewer, because it's just water, it can go away in the 50s, but now it's different, because now it goes through a plant that actually works instead of the old lagoon.
We've been down that lagoon a few times over the.
That's
when I
right.
worked for them.
Yeah, and I remember when they did the sewer system in Williamsburg. It's not as critical, but the mayor at the time said that the more water the better, because they wouldn't have had enough water to make the system work.
Yep.
To a point.
Yep.
But now what do you do? I'm not worried about Williamsburg. Lagoon systems can handle that kind of stuff. It's just water. It's these two plants that we got to make sure they work with. Okay, anything else?
Nope.
I heard the resolution. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Next report, CAO 2022-05, the supply and installation of waterfront pathway lights, ES 22-11.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Wells, that council accept report CAO 2022-05 to award the supply and installation of waterfront pathway lights at the Morrisburg waterfront to ACF Electric in the amount of $67,527.99 plus HST, and that council directs staff to bring forward a report with financing options to fund the pathway lighting shortfall.
It's got your name on it.
Yep.
I was
Thank you
wondering
again,
if
Mayor
it
and
was you or
Council.
Austin, but I
Yeah.
see you, so go ahead.
So just as this was a follow-up to a Morrisburg Waterfront Committee meeting I had last Wednesday. We did receive a lot of interest on this project, ranging from the lowest, which was $67,000, all the way up to $174,000 plus HST, to install 11 lights down at the waterfront to the east. There's currently 9 there right now, and the plan from the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee was to light the remaining pathways with lights that are of similar style moving forward. In the report, you will see a letter from the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee asking council for the additional funds. At the committee, the biggest stress was that, and with the completion of the pathway this year, was to get all the work that needs to be done in there and get out, so we're not disturbing it moving forward. It also adds a level of security with the vandalism in our washrooms and with other things throughout the pathways. Lighting it all up would hopefully prevent that. So what the committee is looking for is the shortfall to be funded by the municipality. And as indicated in my report, Finance can bring a report back at the next meeting if council chooses to provide options on how we will finance that, whether it's through a working reserve loan to be paid back next year, it's parkland reserve, or if council wants it to let it go to the bottom line. There's several options, but it's more for council's discussion today and how we want to proceed. I will note the reason it's on tonight or today is the fact that the lights itself take about 16 weeks, just backlog again with manufacturers. It's about 16 weeks to order. So the hope is in talking with Justin, who's going to lead the project moving forward, is that we can get all the civil work done in collaboration with the pathway itself, get all that done so that when the lights arrive, all the landscaping work is all done, and it's just a matter of hopefully installing them. But if council has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Jeff Mayor Ryder.
I participated in that meeting as the member of on the Waterfront Committee. Yeah, I mean, it's out of our control that the lights came back so high, but to CAO's comments, the safety is the big one, and the deterrence of lighting it up, as well as if we did talk about phasing to kind of line up with the budget, but then you're talking about disruption of that pathway that was just put in. So the committee was recommending and hoping that council would see fit to do it all and be done, and then perhaps a carryover or whatever. So I agree with them. I think, we talked about maybe doing 6 lights, and then I think it's just overall for that project to do the whole thing. And we had a lot of activity with vandalism, wrecking trees, whatever. And most OPP officers will recommend that you light it up to deter folks from kind of hiding in the shadows. So I think hopefully it'll solve that problem as well. So,
Councilor Lewis.
I don't have any problem with this, but vandalism is vandalism. I don't care how many lights you put up there. you know, these kids are going to go out and they're going to smash no matter what. I've seen it over the years, and we've had some spots pretty well lit up, and you still get the vandalism. But yeah, I have no issue with providing we get our money back.
Well, we never get our money back, they just may get less next year. Would that be the fair way of looking at it?
That would be fair. That would be fair.
Councillor Mellon?
Yeah, are they looking, I guess they're looking for either us to pick the extra 20,000 up or to finance it? Like,
Go ahead. Well, one of the options would be next year's budget, they would be minus whatever right
Yeah.
to start, and if they ask for whatever their plan is, they have to recognize that they're gone over budget and they can't spend it next year because they will not have that money. If I was on council, that's my recommendation for next year. We're not, we're no guarantee we're all here, but that's looking forward and assuming.
you know,
It's either that or we put it off the working reserve or we see what happens at the end of the year, see if there's any money left over in any account, but.
I agree, it would be nice, and it's probably going to be cheaper in the long run than, instead of doing 2/3 of it now, and then, finish it up next year, and it's going to be cheaper, when the contractor's there. The whole bit, if, $1,000, $2,000 or something like that, I could say, okay, well, let's, break open a bakey bank somewhere, and we all got them. I know that bothers you when I say bakey bank, but I can see us doing it if we allocate the money from what they would be getting next year. Basically, I don't know, what do you want to call it, a loan or?
Treasurer, have you ever run reserve funds with a minus on it?
I have for short term, and I know it's not proper in South Glengarry, and through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. For Kennedy Redwood, we got a grant, and that specific reserve went to minus 40,000, and it paid itself back after the work was done. And also, we did it with our streetlight program. We did an internal financing, so we had negative. We kept the rates at the same rate until we built up 200,000 for the next round in 10 years, and dropped the rates then. So yes, it is. It's possible, and it's completely your decision to do.
Okay, well, the thing is, if you make their reserve fund minus and you go into the next budget, they know they don't have any, they're already in the hole for whatever ask they got. So, and the council there at least recognizes something. I appreciate what the committee does, and I'm speaking out of turn here a bit, but they have to recognize that they're doing a lot more than they asked, and it's in the issue of fairness. They should kind of stay where they are. This is different because of supply issues, but anyway, I'll let council make that decision in the end, but that's just some options to look at for going down the road. Are you done?
Yeah, because if we had sent a tender out and it came back in, 30% over what we had budgeted, we would probably look at options, either retender or, not do the project or, put it off and finish it next year. But I'd like to see it done this year, but only on the basis that that money is allocated back to either we take it out of our working reserves or park reserves or wherever. That would be I want the money coming back, because otherwise we're going to set ourselves up, the next time something comes in, maybe at the Iroquois Waterfront Committee, oh, well, we're 30,000 over. Well, you guys, So they got to realize they got to work within the budget. We're working within a budget and doing our damnedest to stay within it. So I think, if it wasn't 20,700 and change, but at that kind of money, I think it has to come back, or they just don't get so much next year, or whatever, how. That's my opinion, Mayor.
Council Wells.
Yeah, what I would recommend, definitely, like Deputy Mayor says, it's not gonna get cheaper, so to put it off I don't think it's an option. What I would recommend direct staff, we award the contract to ACF under the conditions that, like Mayor was alluding to, about having staff come back with how we're going to pay this. But like you were alluding to, 16 weeks. So I would get the ball in motion because I think it should be done this year. As far as the extra 20,000, we'll find out at the next meeting where it's going to come from. Then we can decide how we should go about like putting them in a negative or whatever we want to do. But right now, I think the main thing what we should do is award it. Give ACF a PO to get that ordered. Then we'll come back with how we're going to go about paying it. I think that's be the easiest way because you don't want to say, well, we'll wait and then come back 2 weeks later, then it's prolonged. So my recommendation was to get this up and going, award the tender to them and get the ball rolling and let council and staff figure out how we're going to pay for it and how it's going to come back and so forth.
Okay. Well, I agree with the majority of council that we should go ahead and do the project. As everything, as I've already said, I think the committee's spending next year's money. And staff's should come back. It says in the resolution that you come back with financial options, but my option is the negative, and whoever's on that committee next year knows that they can't go and ask for as much as this year for sure. And to be honest, I know they're doing the pier lookout. It better not go over budget because I suspect this council is going to say, nah, I can't do that twice. So just be warned, if it goes over budget, there's
They were told.
we will be challenged. I will probably say no then.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
I like the lights. I
Yeah.
like the pier project too.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to pick one, the lights are one.
But just so you know, Mayor, we did our due diligence. They were told that.
Okay, well, I know
So it's okay.
we have a good committee. Good
Yeah.
committees tend to get excited and do things and this, and then all of a sudden money is second because you got to get it. We like what we do, but in the end, we have to be fair in our allocations. They don't, and I'm not saying Morseburg should get less or more than Iroquois and the whole balance thing. They got what they asked for. Now we're getting more than asked for, and it sets precedent that we're very tight on budget with everything, and all of a sudden, this committee comes along and wants 20 more, high percentage more, and all of a sudden we just say yes. So yes, but.
I will say though, the committee was not thrilled to be put in this position, but the conversation around that committee table is the greater good of lighting it up, because when we were talking about it, it's not aesthetics, it's safety. You know what I mean? So it's half, and also protecting what's being done this year with the pathway.
No,
right?
it's a smart thing to do. Yes, there are times you spend more than you want to because it's a smart thing to do, and this is a smart thing to do.
But nobody was happy coming back to council
Well, I
and asking
imagine
for more
not. That's a
money.
good thing. That's a
Just so
good
you
thing.
know.
That's a good thing. Okay, so anything further from council? Yes?
So the plan would be then is we will bring a report back on the financing options on April 25th, as well as the contract with ACF, but we want to give them the go-ahead. That was why we had it today, so that we can get them ordering at least the lights and get that in motion.
Perfect, yes.
I just, a couple more notes here. In your contract for your tender and that, and we've been through this before about how the municipality goes about, whether it's a tender deposit. I see in this one it's 10% of the total thing. But what we should start incorporating into all our tenders, and I'm putting a number out there over 25,000, that you include that they can use bid bonds, because bid bonds is just an insurance policy, right? So they'll get their money back. It doesn't cost them nothing for bid bonds. And furthermore, especially when we're dealing with municipality money, I would always have your bond, agree to bond, but on either you can go like a 50% performance, 50% material. But I would have that in there that we're covered 100%. Because we had a situation here last year when a tender came up and the company backed out because they had nothing obligated, because I believe at the time Ben came forward and said they made a mistake and wanted another $4,000 or something. And we had nothing to hold them to because they didn't agree to bond, right?
Yep.
So when they agree to bond, it makes the thing. So it saves us as a municipality, plus it also saves the taxpayers that, like, we're 100% safe. So I think that should be incorporated in everything, depending on the job. Like, maybe this one at 67,000, you could go like a 50% performance or like 25-25, but anything higher than that, like a 100% performance and material bond for sure on anything. It just, at that 10% of tender, 6,700, if something goes south and we do civil or whatever, then we're losing that money. So it's just a little being proactive on it and looking forward. So that's my last comment.
Okay, well, you can look at that on our purchasing policy.
So we actually are currently right now reviewing some of our policies, being our procurement policy, so we'll make that note for sure. Yep.
Okay, anything else specific to this resolution? Seeing none, all heard the motion, those in favor. Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thank you. Mural update. Who's the mural person here? Used to be Brenda, so you got lucky.
So I want to have a quick discussion with council in regards to the murals, in more particular the ones that are on Giant Tiger. So there is one right now currently on the east and west. I can have you pass it around. The one on the west side, I have been dealing with John Gleed a little bit on that. The one on the west side is not working or is not aesthetically pleasing. One on the east side looks really well done still. Based on some of the discussions we've had with CIPs, I know Giant Tiger is looking at doing some work on their building. Part of that would be that the murals need to come off so that they can do repairs and stuff. And basically the municipality look at a different location moving forward. So in some discussions with John Gleed and more for some direction with council, he's recommending we look at similar how we did with the Crookshank mural, and I should have probably given this to you all at the same time, I guess. This was information that he put together in regards to how it should be done.
Thank you.
So on the back, he kind of outlines the steps that it would take, that we can do kind of the similar process here, or in this instant, with the ones on the Giant Tiger. He's also recommending as well is at the same time we might want to look at the Playhouse one at the same time. So that would look at potentially removing two. The one on the east side in the Playhouse and relocating that. He doesn't feel the one on the west side is worth saving. It's beyond that point. Currently right now we do have $10,000 allocated in our mural reserve with another allocation this year of $10,000, so giving us a total of $20,000. Based on the mural estimate from the Crookshank, it was roughly around $7,200 that they spent on the Crookshank one. So wanted to at least bring some information to council on kind of where council wanted to go and start some conversations on getting some of this addressed this year if we could.
Okay, Miss Mural. I'm not going to call you deputy mayor because you started this process. You got us where we are, so.
Oh, no, I didn't. I installed them. The fact you guys didn't take care of them is not my problem.
Well, somebody started this thing. You and Mr. Cunningham, I think.
I 150% agree that the David Yateman mural needs to be saved. He passed away, I want to say 3 years ago. He's an iconic mural artist. We'd be absolutely insane to get rid of that one. I'm okay with the Mike Kelly one being gone. It was always somewhat problematic for me anyway. I'm just confused because this is like 2022. So I was under the impression in talking to Keith, and I could be wrong, that they scanned each panel.
Yes.
And then like the graphic guy was able to make it brighter, make the color. So you've got a lot of procedural steps about
Yeah.
pictures and all this
Yep.
stuff. So I'm assuming none of this applies, right?
Yeah,
Because
it
that's
was-
not.
It's more the process itself. We could kind of go down that same route if
Yeah.
council wanted to, or look at other options.
And I was under the impression it was a local person that was doing it. So now they would be 3 murals in.
Yes.
And know how to do it, right?
Yes,
so this
absolutely,
is not.
absolutely, yeah.
So this doesn't count, right?
No, correct.
Okay. So ignore this because it's not what is
Yes.
going on. I was just confused because
I'm trying to give you as much information just as far as processes.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that, but I'm
yeah.
reading this and I'm going, am I losing my mind? I'm pretty sure that's not the conversation I had. So yeah, so it's a local thing. They do it panel by panel. They scan it and then they improve it.
Yeah, I understand.
Absolutely. Do you have proposed locations? And I would also suggest pay attention to sun exposure.
Here's your location, where the train station used to be in front of the Civic Center.
Oh,
Right
that
on
would
the
be
new path.
nice. So a self
It's a very flat piece of land.
Okay.
You have to have poles.
So that's an added expense to put the poles in, right?
I understand, but maybe we can get,
Hydro.
never get hydro.
Rito?
Never ever. You get a Rito St.
Rito?
Lawrence is
Okay.
one of your best options for here.
Jeez. I meant like hydro supplier. I didn't say hydro one.
Well, if you and I need to have a little chat over hydro and somebody that has a $10,000 guy pole in now that just blows me away from Hydro
Okay.
One, so be careful.
So
You got me going.
Oh yeah. Apparently it's a thing today. So the installation would have to be
Yes.
part of that, but that would be beautiful,
No.
right? You've got the roundabout, like
Yeah,
So
I-
that
I'm
would
not
be
saying that's the area, so
Yeah.
where can you put it that makes sense? Sun-wise, you're facing north, so
that'd be
you're out of
perfect.
the sun,
Yeah.
and that's what killed.
Yeah.
The sign on the east side
Is the
didn't
sun.
get very much
Yeah.
sun.
Right.
The one on the west
Yeah.
bore the brunt of it from 2 to 8 every day.
Well, and I will say, it's very easy to critique a project 20 years later.
Yeah.
The thought process at the time was to have the mix of the professional artists mix in to try and have the local artists participate, right, in their juried selection. So sad to say, but yeah, the one can go, but the David Yateman, you need
Yeah.
to protect that with all your might. And I would suggest that the original panel boards do not disappear because they are in very good condition. They are technically still viable. They need to be stored somewhere that's not somewhere. Something needs to be done properly with them.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to do a fundraiser. I don't know what you could do with it, but it cannot be the case of where we just scan them and then get rid of them because that mural is still in excellent condition. So, and it's a Canadian work of art. His paintings go for through the roof. So,
And to your question earlier, we don't have a location firmed up more. It was more about where council wanted to go with those murals, and then we could bring a report
Yeah.
back on the process and also some options on locations and.
this is the way, and I know that some people don't understand the benefits of the mural thing, but I can say whenever I was on council and you guys did that exchange with Gananoque,
Yeah.
I read that report, and one of their things was the murals, right? It was quite attractive to them.
Yeah.
There's
So-
a lot. Sorry to interrupt, but the villages that have done it, and this doesn't even count Athens because they were the ones that really
And
started
they
it.
hardly
But
have any now, yeah.
yeah, they let
Yeah.
them go. But the
Yeah.
ones that are new, even like in Winchester, North Dundas,
Yep.
they stick out, and you notice them. We gotten used to them as citizens of South Dundas. We've gotten
Yeah.
used to almost all the murals, but the ones that got fixed up, like the one that's in Princeton and the others, they look good yet.
Yeah.
And in retrospect, sometimes the ones that have fallen down, the one at the point and the one from the old Codwells, we should have been a little bit more proactive, but it's hard to do because sometimes you get a council that is very utilitarian and not as open-minded, and they don't want to spend money on murals, or, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what happens, and I think we're a council that's got that mix to it, but
I think too that if you look back 20 years ago, the Glenn Cunninghams, the Johnny Whitaker, like those, there's also a historical community connection now. When that project started, I will say that probably 85% of the players, if you will, very similar to the train, I seem to be the last person standing. And I think those people meant a lot to the community. I think there's that as well. Yeah. So the murals look great the way they're reproduced. I think they're long lasting, they're light, they're easy to move around. They just have so many great ways of doing it. But in your report, we will have to figure out what to do with that because it's in very good shape.
Yeah.
So it needs to be. I don't know if there's a indoor somewhere. Like it needs to be protected.
Yep, agreed.
So that's all. I think it's great, and I think you know, the tourism is part of it too, right? So.
Yep.
Councilor Lewis, you got the sales job, now you have to do wherever you go.
Yeah. Let's see how you do on selling them. You say we have 3 that should be replaced?
So, in talking with Mr. Gleed, there's the one at the Playhouse. There's the one on the east and west side of the Giant Tiger. So we're saying is the one on the west side is no
It's
good.
done.
So he's recommending is we look at those 2 in particular this year.
Hey, quit your mumbling.
But to me, I think for this discussion, we should focus more on the east side of Giant Tiger because that's the one that we really need to look at another home for it.
Yeah. We, as you say, we got $20,000 and the price is $72 for each one. We got the money. I don't have an issue with it. If we didn't have the money, then I might have had an issue with it. But the money's there, so I'm good with it.
Many moon ago, I was on the mural committee. Some of the ones that were done, they went back to the original artist if they were still around, and they went back to the original sponsors and see if, you know. I think the one thing you gotta keep in mind here, if you read the agreements over, if the mural becomes, and then, I don't know what they do with brick, repoint it,
Well, it depends, they may want to just paint over it.
they may want to paint over, but it's gonna cost us
Because you
some money
can-
to
you can paint
take the
brick
murals
and look
off
good.
either the Giant Tiger or the Playhouse. So we got that money, and it's right in the agreement, so we gotta spend that money. So I would suggest we go ahead and look at trying to get the one on the Giant Tiger done and be very aware of and doing a little bit of asset management here on where we're going to have to, you know, come up with some money. We've always sort of put that in the back burner, I guess, at budget time. But we're going to have to spend money to redo these walls if they're on a wall or a building. And that's 40,000 or maybe it was more than that. I forget. I remember I was on. It was quite a chunk of change.
It might have been put on differently though. I don't know if because the Giant Tiger.
Have you looked, have you looked at them, Lloyd, and how are they fastened on top, or, because the
doesn't
Value
look like
Mart
on the
was
one.
part of the wall and then tinned around,
Well-
so we had to replace the whole
Glenn
tin.
Cunningham put that one on the Value Mart.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter who
Yeah.
put it on, that was the
Yeah.
difference, and I look at the GT ones, I think they're on
Or
top, but you
framed.
tell me,
Yeah, because I set scaffold up there one time to, it was 3-4 years ago or whatever, that Jane Cox.
Yeah.
And I was there, we were setting it up. I believe that is fastened at the top. And just because I'm saying that, that is a steelway building. And the way they're designed, the way the steel goes on, there'd be a girt at 7 feet and a girt at 14 feet. So it would, I'm assuming it's probably either, because it was done after, it's probably just like a tech bolt, a screw, or like a tech wafer screw that went right into the girt, and that's how they would do it. That one there, as far as fixing, is the steel going to be over there? You guys at Value Mart replaced the steel?
Yes, we had no choice, a big hole.
And then the steel was all.
Oh, because that one was cut out, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but
We
this
had-
one's not.
We had to
Okay.
put it back to its original state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two different
Okay, I
applications.
thought that was just, okay.
No,
I
that one was,
understand
that one was basically on and framed
I'm
around.
sure this would be like a tech wafer screw into the girts at the 7-foot mark and the top of the other one. I'm
Yeah.
Maybe just
99%
on the
sure.
outside of the wall then.
on the outside.
Still
of
have
it.
holes to
So
fill.
after it's removed, you can, that's a steelway building, so you can get a exact color match for that color, and you might have to do the whole wall, not just where the thing was, but it would be as much as painting it. Lewin, to your comment about the brick, that over there can just, you wouldn't have sandblast or nothing or no repointing, you would just paint it. All the other brick is basically painted now, so you just paint over that.
Because out on the playhouse, it's starting to peel. It's flaking, so that would have to all come off.
Yeah, but you take that and you wire brush it and you paint
Yeah,
it. Like
okay,
you don't,
yeah.
you haven't,
Yeah, you can't just paint it.
that's an easy fix to get rid of. Another thing I would recommend, like when, to your statement about saving them, like, we'd be kidding ourselves unless you have someone come in and actually build crates for each portion of that to preserve it. Once it's scanned and put on, like you never lose that image. So I don't know why you would want to save it. Like myself, like with this day and age, you can scan that and you put it in a disc or something. It's there for life. So to save them over time, you're going to end up with dry rot and stuff, and the money that you're spending to trying to preserve it, I think, I wouldn't want to say wasting our time, but at the end, 20 years down the road, if you took them out to hypothetically rescan them or digitize them or whatever you want to do, it would be at the point where you couldn't use it anyways, regardless how, even if something like that, like paintings, would have to be in a climate controlled setting in order to preserve it. It's not where we could take them and build a plywood box for each section of it and put it underneath the rink or in any one of our buildings. That when it's all said and done, unless it's really a climate controlled setting.
Well, it shouldn't end up in the dump. Let me put it that way. If you're going to do something with it,
Or
it
give it
needs
back
be-
to the family of the
Doesn't have
artist?
family.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know, but I'm just, as far as preserving, I don't think unless we're at the point where we're gonna actually do a climate thing on it, climate control the process, you could give it to, or you can auction it off to someone or whatever. And another thing, I think what I would recommend as far as the murals moving forward with them is do a thing like a post, like put our post in that it's not, unless it's a municipal building, we're not going through what we did with Value Mart and stuff. So if we want to put something up like this, that one on the east side is going to be a lot more, because actually I was involved in fixing this one. It's going to be a lot more than $7,200 to, like, when it's all said and done. I'm sure they're using the process of the lumen panels. They're made like a 1/8
Yep.
thing, and they do it, and it's just like doing it, basically, I'm gonna call it a wrap, but it's over this aluminum panel, which they last pretty good. Like I know I have one down on my shop, but it's facing directly to the south, and it's probably 10, 11 years old now, and it's fading. Just because it's in direct, it gets the full sun. So it's a great idea how these are being fixed. Like that one down there at Riverside will last a long, long, long time. and because it's not facing the sun, but I think moving forward, like, we have these, if we don't put them on our own buildings, at least we can display them, and that's a beautiful picture, like, put it out or put it on our building or whatever, so. That's my 2 cents.
Do you have
Actually,
anything
you weren't
more?
done,
I
were you?
cut you off. Sorry.
What's that?
Do you have anything more? Because you got kind of semi-cut off.
Yeah.
No,
More concerned about how much work we had to do.
No, I don't think so, because I think we need to do something with them. We're gonna have to either restore the walls and to Council Wells' point too. I remember the one up at Iroquois, when we had to take it down, it was put in the old shop in Iroquois by the Legion there that is gone now. So we went in there to look at it, and it was rotted on the post, and by the time we looked at it, which wasn't that many more years, it was just sitting in uncontrolled climate area. It was just,
John.
it was completely junk. It was, that's the sad part. You gotta have it someplace. You can't leave it out where the dampness and the moisture, at least on the thing, it can dry out. Once it was in that building, the moisture just, so you'd have to, if you're gonna try and save it, I'm not saying yes or no on that, but you're gonna have to do something more than just put it in an unheated shop or a corner somewhere. But, I think we need to, look at this and maybe go ahead and try and get one done and, look at some of the other ones and see, we don't wanna find ourselves tearing a mural off a building or, whatever, and then I say, oh, well, now we got $10,000 to fix that building up. Well, we should have put 10,000 into putting the mural back on the building, covering up the thing, so, no, that's it.
Okay. Well, my thoughts are certainly to save the one on the east side. The west one is done. I think we should concentrate on dealing with the giant tiger since they want to do something. I suspect the 20 grand will be all gone or more because of it. Hopefully it's an easy enough fix to repair their walls, but there was always a risk when we put things on walls, and that was one of the challenges with the murals. But I also think going forward, was just councillor, all of us, there's none of us, I think councils need to be aware that murals are an important part of our tourism history in South Dundas, and every year they have to put A, money aside, and B, have someone evaluate all the murals on an annual basis. Some of them are pretty well, the ones that are fixed, but so they're dealt with before they're too late. Because once it's too late, we all know once these murals are too late, you're done. You can't even resurrect them the way you'd like to. And if you want to spend money on fixing one a year, then that council makes the decision, and maybe tourism be part of the advice on it. But I think there's some worthy ones to keep going. The ones that have been fixed are still good, but good only lasts so long. So we need to be, I think, proactive on them. And as I said, I think we went through an era where council, once they were on, nobody cared, and then nobody really cared, and now we're starting to care again. And that's not a bad thing. The trouble is you almost have to care all the time. Yes.
I would just say for the Playhouse one, the Upper Canada Playhouse should apply to the tourism incentive program or the regional incentive program, because they could probably get a grant to have it redone. Right?
Okay.
So I would think as a separate entity, if they're comfortable putting, maybe Mr. Hunter can give them a hand, right? And I think that murals are actually mentioned in that program, so I think that would probably be the way to deal with the Playhouse one.
Okay. Yep.
I just got one more clarification. The mural on the Upper Canada Playhouse, they have no, if we redo it, we can put it back on their building?
Yeah, I haven't had any conversations with the Playhouse.
Okay.
It was more identified by John Glee when he reviewed the giant tiger. He did mention about the Playhouse one.
So the Playhouse, because we didn't see a picture of it,
Yeah.
is John able to scan that? There's enough detail to it to bring it back?
It's painted right on.
Yeah.
It's not on a board.
I understand that, but
So
we're
I would
gonna
just scan it.
we're gonna make a panel we're gonna scan it and make another panel. You're not just, if I was gonna fix that and put money towards it, I wouldn't have a painter come in and repaint it. I would scan it, do the thing, and apply that to the building over top of the
I think
original.
that's the Playhouse's business though, because it's part of, that mural is in all their productions and stuff like that. So they would have to decide how they want their building to look.
Yeah.
It's not gonna have the same
So that's not our mural?
I
No,
don't
we
know what
don't
the agreement
own
says.
it per se, but I think we would at least have the discussion with the board to see what they want to do with.
Okay.
And I know it's been on their agenda. They
Yeah.
know that it's deteriorating. They respect that South Dundas has some say in it because we paid to get what was on there. But in the end, we would work with them to come up with whatever they'd like to do.
Yeah.
Within
And
reason, of course.
I can guarantee
And they're
you-
reasonable.
I
I'm
can
not worried about
guarantee
it.
you whether, if that, to redo that mural, whether it's 10, 15, 20,000, all Upper Canada House has to do is send out to all their sponsors, and they're gonna get it like that. Like, it's just, it's.
But the grant is a good way to do it.
Well, it is,
Yes,
but I mean,
yes.
if they didn't get the grant,
Yeah.
they're always good, like all people that support the Upper Canada Playhouse, if they ask for it, it's not gonna cost taxpayers nothing, they would actually go and they would get it done.
I think
That's-
if you check though, I don't think there's an agreement with the Playhouse. Because
might
it was
not be.
done by the Playhouse. We were not involved in the Playhouse one.
Okay, well,
Okay,
we'll have
well,
So I would
to-
check.
Then we don't even have to have this
We'll
conversation.
focus on the east one, and I said we'll bring a report back. We'll look at some different options as far as digitization versus trying to repaint it, stuff like that. We'll bring the cost back to council, and then we'll go from there.
And
Now-
like, the only reason I brought that up, because you were the ones said, John Gleed said about
Yeah.
doing two of them, so I just assumed
Yeah.
we were responsible for the Playhouse too, so really that's irrelevant, we don't even have to talk about the Playhouse.
Well, we'll look into it
But we
before
can,
we
but I
assume
mean-
it's wrong, all right?
Giant Tiger could also apply for the RIP.
I think they were looking at it.
Yeah, so that could kind of balance it out as well.
Do you have more?
Well, yeah, because when we're talking about Playhouse, I know at the time when we were trying to figure out how we were gonna recondition some of these murals, I know there was a conversation with the Playhouse. And I was under the impression that there was an agreement or was part of the mural projects that had been gone or, done. The mural, at that time, the Playhouse would like to keep the mural, they just couldn't afford the cost, and I don't know what the cost, at the time, it was quite a money. They liked the mural, they would've wanted to keep the mural, but they just couldn't afford to redo it, so that's why we just left at that time.
Okay, well, let's concentrate on the GT ones, because
Yeah.
they're the ones that are pressing, and I suspect there isn't any money left there, the Playhouse, but as you said, we need to come up with a plan to deal with that one and the others. And I will say one thing, as much as you, Deputy Mayor, want to save that mural, if you got room in your garage, you can have it, because I'm with Councilor
Okay.
Wells. I know exactly what'll happen.
But-
It'll sit somewhere and sit somewhere
When I
and
said
sit somewhere.
save,
I understand.
yeah, I didn't want
It's
it
got-
thrown
It's got
out.
value.
Yeah.
But it's like all the books I have. I hate to have a book burning party, but it's either that or the landfill, and I can't take them to the library because they don't want them, and not everybody else wants them either. I'm just trying to say, you can only.
Yeah.
I'm the hoarder too, trust me. I
I'm
like
not
your
a
idea.
hoarder.
Oh, I'm a
Yeah.
hoarder. I'm
I'm not.
terrible at that, but.
But all I'm saying is we did not have a report ahead of time, so I'm thinking off the cuff. When I say save, I mean I don't want it put into a dumpster. If we're going to auction it off, if you're
Yeah.
going to slice, you could slice it up. People might take it. I'd like my face personally. I don't want it somewhere. It's Gardner and I are in that mural. If you want to do a fundraiser or something, I'm just saying.
That's the
I-
reason, now I know. what's
I
going on.
don't. Yeah, Glenn's in it. Anyway, I do not want it to end up in our landfill.
No.
Okay, fair enough. We'll have that debate
I will
some
bring a
other day.
report back to
Called a
council.
hoarder. I've been
and
called
we'll
a-
get some
the
more
auction
direction.
off
Getting
part.
on my nerves.
I think we should sell it.
Stay tuned.
Okay, we need to move on. Next one's the Airport Agreement Review, and I thank staff for finding this agreement, because we didn't know one, and I'm gonna give you I think the agreement is good,
Yeah.
to be honest. I think it's well done. The insurance amounts are not high enough anymore, because if someone rolls an airplane, you gotta think of it that way. What's worst case scenario? You know, 4 passengers in an airplane, all dead, laying out in the in the mud pile. Don't say about it. Let me finish. I understand they'll have insurance, but they sue everybody and worry about the stuff later, and then we just got to pay for it. What the big hole I see
Yep.
is that the commission has never reported to council, and that is part of the bylaw.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
They need to come to council and tell us what they're doing, what's their P&Ls, the whole 9 yards. The commission works in a mystery. And this bylaw, and done by the last council, specifies that they don't work in their own little silo. They actually report to council as not really a committee, but as a commission. I think, as I said, I don't have a problem with the structures there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the 5 gentlemen are still part of the airport commission. I suspect some of them are not, because I don't know if they all own the airplane anymore. But it has enough structure to make it work. And I'm comfortable with that kind of structure. The comfort stops when I don't know how they run. They run in this mystery land. And if they come to council with a full report once a year, I don't see an issue. I know we have to pay our own insurance on it. They have to. It seems like they have money in theory to pay for their own insurance, so all's well. That's just my saying, but you go ahead
Yeah,
now
so,
that I've
no, you're-
pontificated on what I thought about.
No,
it.
you're abs-
We all brought this forward because we didn't know what was going on there.
Yeah, so a little bit of context is this was done back in 2017. A full legal review was done at that time where we did work with Mr. Ross on updating the agreement and the bylaw.
Yeah.
I did, actually, when I was reading again last night, did note the fact that they are supposed to come back to council with an update on their activities.
Yeah.
And I'll reach out to Mr. Ross and have him here at a future council meeting. But we definitely, we pay the insurance because we own the property, but
Yeah.
also we bill the commission their portion of the insurance when it comes to the hangars, because they have to have their own insurance for the hangars. So they pay their share when it comes to insurance, and we pay ours from a liability perspective.
Yeah. So, okay, Councilor Wells, go ahead.
Okay, I read, like, I think it's it's set out. I do agree with you, like, once a year, like commission, like John Allison comes here once a year and he gives us a report. I do agree with that. As to Lou, mayor there, the insurance is, you ask any air dome, like, that's not our responsibility. It's a written rule when, like, you're a pilot and that, everything comes back on the pilot. It doesn't come back. Say if Air Canada landed in Jamaica or something and killed 300 people, it's not the government of Jamaica that's going to be responsible for it. It's going to be the pilots from Air Canada. I'm just putting that out there. The rest of it, the only thing I would look into, because those buildings actually do belong to the municipality, so I would recommend that. And knowing John Ross, everything is in order. He does, the only thing they really do is their breakfast. Mm-hmm. Now they're going to do the camping thing, but I would like to see, just like the boathouses. Boathouses are a little different because they're on leased land. This is our land, but I still think because there are buildings, there are hangars. In theory, even though we didn't build them, they still belong to us, so I think we should be entitled to see their insurance policy. Basically, be like a renter's policy, right? I think we still have to insure those buildings because they're ours, but as being a building owner myself, I have to see all my tenants' yearly insurance.
Yep.
So everything's up things. So
We,
I would definitely, I don't know if he's asked for it, but I would put that out there, plus their yearly report to council, which I totally agree on, like what's going on, is there any issues with the building, or blah, 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 and so we're all on the same page. As far as the bylaw goes, like I think everything looks good there. I went through it, I don't see anything wrong with it. And, yeah, that's it.
Right. Council Mellon?
Yeah, like, I mean, you know, I guess 4A, you know, sort of sticks in my throat a little bit, subject to the above and in full consideration of very substantial financial contribution that made a certain persons, okay? Commission shall maintain a list of persons who shall not be charged fees of any type by the municipality for the use of the airport and its associated facilities, including hangars. So who makes that list up?
Well, I'm assuming that the airport commissioner, who we know who it is, it makes the list. I suspect that's, a lot of that pertains to himself, and fair enough, he has spent a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
But he needs to be more open. The list shall be provided by the Commission of Municipality for the upcoming year no later than January 31st of each year. So, you know, they fail in the reporting part, and that it's never good to be secretive. I know that, you know, I will admit, John has put a lot of effort and time and resources into the airport, and, you know, last year he spent his money on repaving it. So, you know, from an insurance point of view, that helps us a lot, because that smooths that airport runway. There's no pothole, because I don't care what the pilot has done. If there's a pothole this deep in the middle of it and he hits her and rolls it,
I've landed there a few times. I suggest you wouldn't want to land an Upper Canada one, because you could be facing the village or you could be facing the bush sometimes, depends how quick you can down.
so
But
I think
anyways.
you're right. You know, that reporting part is
Yeah.
what we need to see. We need to see that list.
Yep.
And what is the in-kind contribution? It has to be, they have to understand they're working not as for a private person. They're working for a public entity called Municipality of South Dundas, and that's the difference where, you know, lots of people would like to work in the private world because you don't have to tell everybody anything. But in the end, here we have to.
Yeah, because, you know, we're not charging any fees for hangars or anything, that money comes back to us, does it not, or does it stay with the airport commission?
So whenever they do rent out a hangar, there is a fee associated with it, insurance they provide. The money does come back to us, and it goes into like a airport reserve, which is used for future maintenance.
Okay, that's where it
Yeah.
should be.
It was about
I have no problem with that.
$1,900
except, you know, we
$1,900 roughly
Don't
there,
know
I
anything about it.
$1,900,
Yes.
not gonna fix a lot of tin.
Yeah, you know, it'd be nice to know this, and you know, how somebody gets on that list, you know, and maybe they're justified, because, let's face it, Mr. Ross, like you said, has spent a lot of time, and I'm no problem letting him use the airport and the hangar, but, you know, who else or why or whatever, so, yeah.
Yes.
I stand corrected, there's 8,700 in there.
Okay, they can replace a quarter of the
Yep.
roof. Yeah.
But,
Okay.
you know, just that little thing.
I think in the end, I'm summarizing a bit for council, but if we had a report on an annual basis, and we haven't had one for this term of council, and did you have one at the end of your council? 'Cause
No.
you were this council, so
Yeah, I know, we made this.
you made the rules and you didn't make the rules
I made the
work.
rules, I was part of the rule making, I guess, and now I'm picking my rules apart, but I mean,
I'm not blaming you specifically, but in general, you're the only one that can defend this bylaw in front of us.
You know, this is the first time I've seen this since, I guess, we passed it back in 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
It was in
Anyway,
17.
yeah. I mean, it's fine and dandy, we'll just need to have that, you know, a written report and a verbal report
No, yeah. and
once a year.
Once a year. It's November, yeah, it was November 2017, so you didn't get one in January, more than likely not. And, you know, and I know John had a lot to do with the writing
yeah.
of this, because that, you know, but it's fair. It's got both sides to it. So as I said, it's that annual report that we've lacked for the last 4 years now, that is the hole, that we don't know what's going on at the airport. And I don't think, you know, that's just, I wouldn't say fair, but it's just a little bit more open and transparent.
Did we have an agreement before this one, Shannon? There was an agreement before, I
And
don't
it
know
was
why
amended,
we
yeah.
triggered, what triggered the,
I believe at that time, I think it was John Ross that wanted to change it, I think, and council, it was due probably for an amendment anyway,
yeah,
so.
I can't remember back, God, 5 minutes ago, let alone
Yeah,
5 years, 6 years
1998.
ago. So,
You're good with the rest except for our meeting, I assume? You want them to come to council, right?
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah, oh, definitely.
Yeah, I read it all. It seems to be in order, but I'm shocked that we never got a report. And I think they should come to council also, because we don't know what's going on at that airport. I haven't got the foggiest idea.
No, it should, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think they should come to council and report to us, and they should also do an annual report on paper.
I don't know if they need to come to council. I definitely like a report on public as part of public record. I think that's important. I mean, I'm okay if they want to come to council, but for me, it's the reporting at the end of the year. I think it needs to be put on public record so the public can view it.
Well, I believe Mr. Ross has to come to council on this and explain himself a little bit. I will time limit him, no disrespect to John, but I don't want to spend an hour on this. I think 20 minutes is plenty of time, if even 15 probably, but I think it's just the matter of us knowing and the residents knowing transparency of it all, being a municipality and knowing what's going on at our municipal airport. Then if we have any questions, and that at least the time we'll be able to answer them. But as I said, you know, John's done a lot of work. He likes taking initiative and likes running things, and that's fair enough, but he needs to come to council. If there's nothing else? Okay, bylaws, please.
Moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that bylaw number 2022-44, being a bylaw to extend the, wording's incorrect. A bylaw to authorize execution of an agreement with Watersheds Canada for the Morrisburg Waterfront Park Planting Plan be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
I apologize for not reading that first, but anyway.
No, I should have caught that, sorry.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a follow-up to the presentation that was done by Chloe from Watershed Canada. I know the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee are looking at getting this executed and getting this hopefully in the queue for work to be done. I will mention that I have reached out to Chloe earlier this week. Just I had a few questions that came up as far as timeline for ordering, timeline for doing the planting, because if we're doing the lighting and we're doing the pathways, we wanted to make sure all that coordinated together, that they weren't coming and planning it, because some of their locations, I believe, is where the street lights or the lights are going. So I haven't heard a response from her yet. I did reach out to the chair, Michael Burton. So we're hopefully going to schedule something early next week to kind of just dot our I's and cross our T's. So my hope is tonight or today with council is that we go ahead and execute it, but pending us getting the answers that we need to move forward.
Okay, well, I think that's critical. It's got to all blend together here now, so I don't have a problem executing the agreement. I think it was a good idea, but the plan has to come together in a fashion that makes logical sense. Any comments, questions, concerns? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wells.
Okay, I wasn't here for that initial,
Yeah.
when Watershed was here, but I did take notes of it. Personally, myself, I think it's a big waste of money, as far as I'm concerned. First of all, what we're doing is for soil erosion. We're basically planting, I don't know, I think there's 13 wild flower beds that is going to interfere with, it's going to add, what it's going to do, all those plants and everything, as far as soil erosion goes, if we have the riffraff there, which stops that to start with, I would have sooner took that money, take the weeds out and redo stone as far as soil erosion there. Because what's going to happen, you're going to have all this and you go through that agreement with Watershed is, to me, I think it's a joke. I'm just saying it in public, it's a joke. You have no control. You're basically, you can't mow this. You got to go and follow this. We got to do the maintenance on it and all this stuff. All we're doing is creating a wildflower weed bed, as far as I'm concerned. You're gonna have people sitting down there. If you go through everything that they're planning is all at least 1 meter high. So you get someone sitting on the south or the north side of the new walkway and stuff we're gonna have there, which is like, say, from here, 20 feet from the water, you won't be able to see the water. So you'll have to have people or whatever. It's just, I think if we would have took that money and put it to fixing what was there, all we're doing is creating a two-tier thing that we can't see the water.
Okay, so Councilor Wells, before we go on, I have a question from the clerk. I have two questions. So just to clarify things, clerk-wise, did council voted on this as a resolution?
No, we did not.
Okay, so it's just a bylaw. This is the deciding thing. Okay, fair enough. How many dollars are we spending on this project?
So,
South Dundas municipally.
so currently, right now, how I understand it, and that was one of my questions to Chloe, is in the agreement here, they mention a Schedule B. There's no Schedule B in here, which is the pricing. When talking to the chair, he indicated it was about $800, but that was covered by the Morrisburg Waterfront Committee. So that it would cost $0 to South Dundas. That's what I need to confirm that.
But the most it would cost is $800 out of their budget.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to clarify
Yes.
that. Okay, so go on, Councilor Wells, $800 of our dollars, their
Okay,
money.
which, the night they came here, actually, that was on my thing,
Okay.
the schedule, because there was nothing mentioned
There's
about
nothing, no.
thing, and it's kind of, we're making a bylaw here, and we can't see exactly what we're doing. Whether it's $800 or $200, I still think it's a good idea, the way it was presented for Iroquois. That I would agree with, but something like this where people, and I know there's a pathway in Iroquois too, but this is kind of a little different where people are actually, I take this as a park where people are sitting out there in the summer and they're watching. Now we're gonna put 16 or whatever the number is in front of them that they have this high of another obstacle where they can't see it. Like right now, if I was to approach, I would ask South Nation, because I think they're in charge of the banks, aren't they, in order for us to do something?
We have to, there's certain guidelines we have, but I don't think, South Nation's not going to stop project this, I'll tell you that right now. I'd be shocked. if
No,
I-
well,
Because this is-
it's
this is-
really,
this
it's not
is-
up to them anyways
This is,
for that.
that's true. Only if you took soil away. Here, you just add shade, put different plants there. You
But
can't
I
take
mean,
the trees
if we
away.
were to yank which I'm calling weeds that are in that riffraff right now, and a lot of them is like willows and they're just basically weeds.
They get excited,
Do we
yes.
have to go through South Nation?
Yes.
Or Ocean and Fisheries to fix that?
No, South Nation.
South Nation.
It's an erosion, it's an erosion control. Technically, you can cut the tree off, the root's still there, right? And it'll regrow, but I mean, it's not the top piece that keeps the erosion, it's the
No,
root in the
exactly.
bottom, so.
And the reason this is going down is for the soil, which we're not doing nothing with the soil by allowing this there. All we're doing is creating another thing that you can't see the water. That's, like I said, that's the notes I took. I don't think it's for down there myself, that's my own opinion, but at the end of the day, there's 5 of us here, so.
Okay, well, fair enough. So, this is council's opportunity to say yes or no, since we haven't officially done it. We did it in principle, not by resolution. So, Councilor Mellon, your choice, and where are we going on this?
Well, I was sort of a little apprehensive about this too, but Morrisburg Waterfront, they're the ones that were sort of spearheading this and bringing it,
But in the end, council makes the decision. Always remember that, right?
yeah, so, how much, to me, I think Councilor Wells is right, it's probably not gonna make any difference on erosion just because of the amount of riprap that's there now, but I mean, who am I I'm not a water engineer. And really, it's not costing the taxpayers any money, it's coming out of Morrisburg Waterfront budget allocation, and they approved it, so. Yeah.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
Anyways.
Councilor Mellon has the floor.
No, I'm done.
Councilor Lewis.
I would like to get an answer to the questions that you asked first. Because I think the questions that you have asked are key questions. But if it doesn't cost us any money, I really don't see an issue with it. It'd be nice to have some nice looking flowers along the waterfront, even if they are a meter high. But I'd like to get an answer to the questions that Shannon has put out to them before I really make my decision on that, Mayor, if you don't mind.
So my hope when I put the report in was that we'd have the answers by now so I could update council. Unfortunately, we don't, but definitely if council wants to have that information first, we can defer this bylaw until the April 25th meeting.
Okay. I don't disagree with that, but there's other direction I want first. Anything further
No.
right now?
So no, I just looked up. So it is partially funded, and it's
Okay.
$800 from the. I can forward this to you.
Okay,
So
okay.
it's 500 feet, or the cost of the municipality to do the entire 2,000 feet would be approximately $800 plus volunteers.
Yes.
My concerns with this project, and I wasn't at the original meeting, so when Chloe presented to us, that was the first time. For me, it's all about education. So before we got sidetracked on whether we should or should not do it, for me, it was what were the educational components that we were doing? Because I think at that meeting, I asked Chloe about signage, because I think it's important that folks understand what the concept of the project is. The committee has put a lot of thought into this and a lot of discussion. They did pass it unanimously. And, you know, they are looking at ways to kind of balance the footprint that we do when we put bike paths and things in with kind of a natural approach. So when I looked at it, when I looked through it, like I said, I do agree that there may be some misunderstanding around what the plants look like, whether they're considered beautiful or they're considered weeds, or they're considered noxious. So part of the agreement I had hoped would be a signage portion, like who's responsible for the signage, what does it look like, you know, what's the education plan, that type of thing. But as far as doing it, it seems like they've had a lot of dialogue about it, and it is the pollinator conversation stuff. Chloe did say at that meeting as well that she would look at the size of plants as far as the view is concerned. So the view was not obstructed.
Like she said, about a meter tall.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't have any issues with it. I think I have some minimal concerns that I think if they're addressed will not bring, but I don't, I think we have to balance this stuff out, and sometimes people don't like to do environmental projects, but environmental projects are important. So it's a pretty minor environmental project.
Okay, so before we go on with this, there's two things here. I think, first of all, I need direction from council. I think that the majority think this is a project they will support once the clarification comes. If the clarification comes as we're spending $800 of budgeted Morrisburg waterfront money, then that's where it is. If it's more, then I guess it'll bring more thoughts to the equation. However, there's no sense in the staff wasting their time if the majority of council do not support this project in principle. We have done it once. We didn't really do it by resolution, so I'm not going to do that today either, but I will hope that if we decide today we will and defer the bylaw to the 25th, that we're going to support it further on once we get the clarifications, unless the clarifications are totally out to lunch. So, Councillor Wells, you're not in favor of the project at all?
Well, no, not really, but I just
Okay.
want to put out too, like, we're saying it's only $800, but if you go through this, the watershed agreement and read number 6, we got to perform a reasonable amount of maintenance, which is described in the native plant care guide. So what's that involved? Do we have to, we take our recreation guys and we have to go and spend 40 man hours a year, or what do we got to spend? Like, you got to look at the overall picture. As far as pollinator, I definitely agree with that. Just not the way that's laid out, because if you look at a lot of those pictures in there, there's, like out in the riffraff, there's foliage there that's this high right now, so we're adding to it. It's a good program as far as, I think, what they're stating in this, as far as soil erosion, that's not the application here. If they would have came to me and said it's more a pollinating thing, I would be more apt to say, okay, there's a part of the municipality's land that we can put a nice big 3-acre thing in, and you don't mow it like we're going to do in Iroquois. I'm just saying, for our waterfront, this is not the right application for that waterfront at all. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, don't kid yourself. It's gonna, at the end, it's gonna cost us, because it says right here in the agreement that we're gonna sign, the municipality's gonna sign it. So they can come back and say, well, you're not maintaining this the way it says in the thing. So there's a whole, it's not just the $800. There's work involved, like anything else we do in this municipality. We think it's a great idea. Then at the end, someone's got to take care of it. And it always comes back to us, which this is coming back to us. So.
Okay. Last
Yeah,
word, and yes or no. So I'm going to say no for you.
Yeah, I'm going good for it unless we get some more financial numbers that are, throw this into a shipwreck.
So you're a yes in principle.
I'm the same, with the right information, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to defer this bylaw if council agrees, and I will ask council for that vote in a minute. And then you can bring more information
Yes.
forward on the 25th,
Yes.
including all the costs, implications for future issues, including work plans. I suspect you may want to talk to the chair and the secretary and see if the volunteers will do it for a number of years. I know that Councillor Wells is thinking, well, the dog park didn't work out that well either, so that's probably something we have to keep in mind too, that someday we
Yeah.
may have to, and then if we have to do it, then maybe what you need from the supervisor of Parks and Recreation is kind of a ballpark of how many man hours it would take and cost for a year of maintenance of that. And I think that's fair. Then in the end, we can still say no, because we have more information, okay? So a vote on deferring this bylaw to the 25th of April. So we'll defer it till then, Madam Clerk. Okay, nothing else on here but a closed session, so before we wrap this up with the public that are online, council will be going back into a closed session, which will be read by resolution by the clerk before we shut you down. And after that, we will just be having an adjournment, no additional business on our agenda. So up to now, I'd like to thank council for their work so far. It's been a long enough day so far. We still probably got an hour's worth of work yet to do. Thanks to all staff for their input and involvement, and thank the audience for participating in our meeting today. Madam Clerk?
Moved by Councillor Mellon, seconded by Councillor Lewis, that council proceed in camera pursuant to section 239 2B of the Municipal Act. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees regarding staff.
All heard the motion, those in favor, opposed if any, motion carries. Thank you very much.